Alrighty, howdy and hello. Surely my live stream must have started up by now, but who knows. Alright, and I seem to be just a tad, just a teensy bitsy little bit loud. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna do that. But yeah, anyway, hi, howdy, welcome to Red Dead Redemption 2. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. This is maybe gonna be a little bit of a weird one. Alright? And I think to start off, normally when I start up a live stream, I have a beverage of choice, and usually that beverage is a soda pop, because nothing like cracking open a cold one, hearing it pop open, feeling the carbonation start to release, and you get that sweet, juicy, tooth decaying juice down your gullet. Alright? Nothing more I love than a little bit of that sweet devil's juice. Alright? But today, I don't have that. Alright? I think unfortunately it won't really make for good ASMR, but I got a wine glass. Whoa, that loaded in pretty fast. And what do I have you wearing, Arthur? Ooh, looking interesting. Alright, alright. I can dig it. I can dig it. But, yeah, no, I have a nice little glass of wine, which feels wrong. I don't know. If you're playing, like, Red Dead Redemption 2, it only feels right that you have, like, a whiskey sour or, like, some kind of, like, hard liquor as you're playing the game. Not wine. But I think wine works just as good as anything else, you know?
Hey, Arthur.
Always good to see you.
Alright, yeah, cool. I'm in a pretty good spot. I'm in a pretty good position. I do not mind being here. Alright, yeah, let's just, yeah. Hit me up with this. Vest, let's change the vest. Maybe to the old Legion vest. Legion vest is a classic. Neckwear.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
I'm thinking maybe the red tie. Just classic red tie. And going into the shirt here. Yeah, go for this one. But yeah, anyway, maybe I should get into the title of this live stream, which is, they only like you when you live stream Red Dead Redemption 2. And it's that, like, none of my other live streams have the popularity or the reach that my Red Dead Redemption streams get. To be fair, my most popular live stream is a Hades live stream, but just because it's popular doesn't mean it's well liked, you know? Because, like, a lot of people have clicked on my boxing Hades live stream and then clicked off, which honestly, I don't blame you for. Uh, but then, like, runner up for my second most popular live stream on YouTube, not that I live stream on anything else, is, shoot. It's Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is my second most popular live stream, and it's got 10 likes and 6 comments, which you might say that's nothing. That's a drop in the barrel, but you know, It's it's pretty good. Uh, but yeah, no, that was 7 months ago. But yeah, and then after that, it is man, I can't believe that's the that's my third most popular live stream. I can't believe it. Oh, oh yeah, yeah, there we go. Oh man. Surprisingly, what? Yeah, what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. My seventh most popular live stream at 398 views is turning Connor into the Terminator. Detroit Become Human, which I think is probably a pretty good live stream, but I'm surprised it's up there. And then, and then yeah, let's see. So that's number 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. My 11th most popular live stream is The Outer Worlds Better Than Starfield. And I've discovered a great way to have your live streams gain any kind of attention, even if it is negative attention, is just have some clickbait ass title. Alright? Because, like, saying that The Outer Worlds is better than Starfield might be a controversial take. I think if you're somebody with a brain, you're not going to disagree with me. But, you know, nonetheless, I do find it to be kind of humorous that one, as well as which it's kind of funny because my Outer Worlds live stream that I clickbaited people into clicking on actually got like a much more positive reception than my Spider-Man 2 one, which has more views. It's number 8 on terms of my most popular live streams, where where that one got some negative attention from it. But like, huh?
Someone smashed the box.
Fuck the box, Susan, and fuck you. All right.
We'd had that for so
Everybody loves Susan Grimshaw, but Susan Grimshaw is a representation of the old ways. She is like an abusive mother, you know?
everyone anxious.
And it's like she is a mother. She does love the girls of the camp as well as some of the fellas.
Me too. Me too.
But ultimately, like Dutch, she is abusive and she represents kind of this old way of thinking. I think that's a very interesting thing with the characters of Red Dead Redemption 2, where they do end up kind of representing this sort of like outdated belief, you know? Like Arthur literally says it towards the beginning of the game in chapter 2, where he's talking to Dutch and he's like, it seems like the world don't want folk like us no more, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like Arthur kind of represents this old way of being. And he, you know, if you're at least playing with high honor, even with low honor, you can argue that Arthur changes, you know? He ultimately kind of sees the flaws in Dutch and the flaws in their way of life, you know? Not that their life is completely, like, abhorrent, you know? I think that's a very interesting thing, is that, you know, Rockstar takes this gang of outlaws and murderers and makes them really endearing, makes you, like, truly care about them. And I think it's a very, like, I don't know, it's a very easy comparison to make, but I like comparing this game to, say, Grand Theft Auto 5, where, like, I see kind of a sentiment with GTA 5 that, like, you know, Franklin, Franklin, Michael, and Trevor are kind of all villains. I think the Trevor and Franklin are a bit more sympathetic than Michael, but I think Michael, even in his own way, is kind of sympathetic, you know? Where, like, Michael has flaws, and, like, a lot of the problems in his life are through the fault of his own, but some of them aren't, you know? Like, I think very much Michael is kind of made to appeal to, like, a dad playing GTA 5.
Okay there.
Sorry, did you say whoa or did you say hello there, Arthur? Yeah, I'm sorry, is there someone calling out to me?
Easy now. Yeah, that did smell off.
Alright, I'll let him go. That's what you boys get for interrupting me talking about GTA 5 and the protagonists and people's feelings about them. Because, like, I don't know, I definitely have a lot more, like, sympathy and empathy for Michael and... Or, sorry, not for Michael. For Franklin and Trevor. Because, like, Franklin's whole thing is that he comes from a poor background, you know? Like, you can argue he's, like, a sociopathic gangster, and, like, he is. But, like, I don't know, Franklin is an interesting character because he does acknowledge that, you know? He is, like, self-aware, even if that doesn't ultimately help him, at least kind of in the main story of Grand Theft Auto 5. I really would have loved to see a DLC for Grand Theft Auto 5. And the only DLC we get is GTA Online, which is such a damn shame, man. Like, let Dan Houser write more stuff. Like, I don't know. This is Dan Houser's last game that he wrote and kind of was the head writer on. So I see this as, like, his magnum opus. And I'm very hopeful and, you know, like, optimistic that GTA 6 will kind of capture... kind of the same parts that Red Dead Redemption and GTA 5 capture. But, like, I don't know, I think they're very interesting commentaries, not just on the characters themselves, but the society they live in. Because, you know, like, a lot of people have sympathy and empathy for Arthur Morgan. And I would sometimes argue maybe a little bit too much, you know? Because it's easy to forget that this man is a fucking murderer, you know? Like, Arthur Morgan is not a good man, you know? But there's a bit of tragedy there, because, like, the reason why he's not a good man is because of Dutch, you know? Is that, like, Dutch did instill kind of these idealistic beliefs in him and did influence him that way. Because as, like, both Hosea and Dutch kind of mention about younger Arthur, where he is just, like, this lost young man who is, like, looking for his place in the world and is kind of fighting to survive. And especially in the 1800s, I assume, you know, you had to be kind of a bastard to survive in this kind of environment. So, like, it's kind of an interesting examination, because, like, you know, it's not like, I mean, you know, depends on how you play him. You can see Arthur as, like, a cruel, like, just downright psychopath, kind of like the protagonist of GTA 5, where, you know, they kind of enjoy and love killing. But, like, Arthur, at least if you play him honorably, very much sees killing as, like, a necessity, as a means to the end, as a way to survive, you know? Like, it's very rare that Arthur will, like, shoot first, but he damn well is going to be the one to shoot last, you know? Where, like, you know, much like Dutch, he is a fighter. He's going to fight for his life and for, you know, his freedom, or for his friends, for his family, for his gang. And I think that's kind of an interesting thing about them. And meanwhile, in contrast, kind of all three of the GTA 5 protagonists are kind of narcissistic, You know, they all kind of see themselves as better than everyone else in their own way. You know, like Franklin sees himself as better than Lamar, but he can also acknowledge his own flaws and faults. Michael sees himself as better than everyone else in his family. You know, he is like uh, kind of the head of a nuclear family, but it makes him fucking miserable. And then Trevor, you know, like Trevor, I would argue is kind of like the most sympathetic protagonist of GTA 5, mainly because like I don't know, like you know, you could argue that like, oh, Trevor's the worst of them all, but like he's not. You know, it's like it's very obvious that what Trevor needs above all else is help, and you know what Trevor never gets is help. He never gets somebody actually looking out for him. Even Michael, somebody he called his best friend, betrayed him, set him up to die, and then is only going along with him just so he doesn't kill him and his family. And, you know, you can argue that's a bit of a noble goal that Michael's pursuing there, and it is and it isn't. Because, like, again, like, Michael, as the head of the family, sees his family as an extension of himself, you know? And you could argue that even when he's looking out for his family, he's ultimately looking out for himself. And I think it's a very interesting perspective. But I think something GTA 5 does that I think is really interesting and kind of makes the game work, at least for me, is that, you know, yeah, all these characters are psychopaths. Yeah, they all steal cars and they run people over and they go on killing sprees and they do awful, heinous shit that, like, you know, would warrant the death penalty, I think, in a majority of their cases. But, like, in spite of all that, in spite of these characters being, like, such irredeemable, awful human beings, nonetheless, they are not worse than the antagonists in the game. You know, like, Franklin is not worse than Stretch, you know, who kind of manipulates Lamar and Franklin both and sets them up both to die, kind of plays both sides in this sort of pseudo gang war that they have going on, and is ultimately only looking out for himself. And then, you know, you have Michael, who works with the U.S. government, and, like, again, as much as a psychopath, as much as a crazy man Michael is, Michael will never be worse than the United States government. And then Trevor also the same, and he's kind of the first person to point out the hypocrisy of the government. I mean, all the characters do this, where it's like, you know, whoa, man, there's a...
What's your business here?
Nothing, partner. Fuck. God damn it. Fuck. God, this chapter is miserable. No, you asked for it, asshole. You revenue boys want to die? It's fine by me. Oh, yeah? Like, seriously, do I have a bounty on my head or something? Like, why are there so many goddamn fucking government boys after my ass? I mean, I know I'm a wanted member of the Vanderlyn gang, kind of the second in command, especially now that Hosea is dead. But, like, Jesus Christ. Leave me alone, fellas. But yeah, anyway, as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted, is that like even like Trevor, who is kind of like trailer trash and like a cannibal and a murderer and kind of all these awful things. Like he does have morals. He does have lines he won't cross. Unlike some of the other people he interacts with, like when he goes on a killing spree and kills all the members of the Lost, is that like, I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't know much about the Lost. I never played GTA 4 or the DLC. I mean, I played a little bit, but I never owned the game. I always played at like my friend's house and we fucked around with the cheats, spawned in an APC, or went to the strip club. Well, that was less so with my friends and more so with when I borrowed GTA 4 and then my mom walked in on me playing it. And it was funny too because it wasn't even anything bad. Like I literally just had the game paused and she looked at it and she was like, "What's that game?" And I was like, it's just, and like I could have said like something like Saints Row and like that she would have bought that because I was able to play Saints Row, but like my mom wouldn't let me play GTA. And I was borrowing it from my friend, and I got in big trouble. Not too big trouble, not too big of a trouble. And then I think kind of the funny thing with that story is that my mom eventually then bought me GTA 5 when that game came out. But yeah, no, like I think GTA 5 is really interesting because in spite of the fact that like all the main characters are like these awful human beings that have done these like heinous things, like they're still not worse than the people they end up interacting with. They're not worse than the US government. They're not worse than a variety of gangs that populate the area of Los Santos. Which I think is like an interesting juxtaposition, and it is like a commentary on America. All right. Well, hey, good thing I got my rifle.
Great.
Yeah, you're not getting me today, Cougar. Not getting me today. But yeah, no, I do find it to be like a really fascinating discussion and examination of GTA 5 where like I think that's sort of the point of it is that you have these like literal serial killers and psychopaths and lunatics as your three main characters. But yet nonetheless they can never match up to like the evil of the US government, Like, the U.S. government is ultimately always going to be the bigger bad. They're always going to be the bigger evil, And, you can argue, like, I don't know, I think hypocrisy is a very interesting kind of thing to tackle. Like, I don't think hypocrisy is a good criticism for, like, a majority of people, It's it's like I think Norm Macdonald has a really great a really great bit about this, where he's like, that person who murdered all those people and was really awful, like that person sucked. But you want to know what the worst part was? The hypocrisy. And it's like, no, the worst part was the murder. I don't give a shit about the fucking hypocrisy, but the fact that this guy murdered people is the problem. That's the issue, And so again, you can argue that doesn't really come into it, but like, like Franklin, Michael, and Trevor, they're all self-aware. They don't all, like, none of them think of themselves as the good guy. I think Michael is really the only one that does. Like, Michael is the only one who's, like, delusional enough to think, oh, he's the hero, he's the good guy, And and I think kind of an interesting thing with the story is that he does get to play the hero, but he is just playing the hero, It's very relevant that he, like, is working for a movie studio, and because of his connection with this movie studio, that he ends up getting to, like, fight against Devin Weston, who's a billionaire. You know, like again, all three of the GTA 5 protagonists are scumbags, but they're never going to be as bad as the fucking billionaire. You know, the billionaire is the bigger, badder evil every time. And like, I don't know, it's a very interesting thing, and it kind of comes up and is relevant to Red Dead Redemption 2, because, you know, it's like, the Pinkertons constantly talk about how, you know, the Vanderlyn gang is terrible and awful, and they terrorize people, they rob, and they shoot them, and it's like, you know, the Pinkertons do the same thing, except they're just sponsored by the U.S. government, and by a billionaire. So, you know, who's really the villain here? Like, the lines are much easier blurred, much more easily blurred in this game. And, like, you know, I think some people kind of miss that with GTA 5, where it's like, you know, obviously, you know, like, all three characters are psychopaths, and they're kind of, you know, they're not meant to be role models. You know, they're actually kind of the opposite. You know? And I don't know, I just think it's a really interesting thing where, like, hey, you know, same thing with Red Dead Redemption 2. Is that, like, I don't think Arthur Morgan is necessarily supposed to be a role model, you know? Like, I think a lot of people like Arthur Morgan, and Arthur Morgan has a lot of good qualities and traits, but he also has a lot of negative traits. He's quick to anger, he's easily annoyed, he's, like, violent when he gets angry, and that's how he solves much of his issues, you know? Okay. Yeah. I have Callaway revolver as my secondary. And then, yeah, let's put the rifle away. But yeah, I think that's kind of something that's, like, ultimately baked into Grand Theft Auto 5. That, like, some people might not, like, get as much or as easily with Red Dead Redemption 2. What fish am I missing? I'm missing 2 legendary fish, apparently. But I feel like I've gotten them all. I don't know, what legendary fish might I be missing? Yeah, this will continue at a later time. Yeah, I've caught all the ones I can. I don't know, do you unlock some more when you eventually get later on in the game? But yeah, you know, like again, for as many, like, criticisms and critiques you have of the Grand Theft Auto protagonists, is that, like, ultimately they are individuals. They are just 3 people. And it is, like, this interesting examination of, like, American exceptionalism. Where, like, you know, at least if you pick a certain ending, and even if you pick some of the other ones, like, Franklin always lives. Like, Franklin always wins. You know, he might be down a friend or two depending on the ending he takes. But, like, ultimately, like, he wins in the end. He is the exceptional American. He is kind of a great man, and ultimately ends up starting his own business, at least from what I know of him on GTA Online. You know, where he's successful and he's rich, and he's, you know, back with Tanisha, I think. I don't know who his wife is, but I know he has a wife in GTA Online. And, like, I don't know, I think that's a really, like, very interesting thing. Did I miss out on Marco Dragic's mission? Yeah, I did. Took too long talking about GTA 5 and my kind of perspective on it. But yeah, I think that's, like, ultimately the point, is that even though the 3 main characters you play as are just fucking psychopaths, Like, they're not as bad as, like, the billionaires, as the U.S. government, as all these different entities that have significantly more power than our three protagonists, you know? And it's kind of an interesting thing to think about, because, like, I don't know, I think, like, both Trevor and Franklin, and even Michael to a certain extent, who, you know, is in therapy, but, like, his therapist obviously doesn't give a shit about him. He only cares about money. But, you know, it's kind of on you as a player and on Michael himself to still take valuable lessons from that experience and to grow from it, you know? Because, like, I don't know, I don't know if this is a consensus amongst most therapists, but, like, you know, in order to really help a patient, the patient has to ultimately help themselves. They have to want to change. They have to want to be better, you know? And so I think that's kind of an interesting thing. But, like, ultimately, Michael's therapist only cares about money and only cares about, you know, making as much money as possible and selling, like, his story to, like, to, like, Netflix or whatever, and making as much of a profit as he can off of it. Yeah, I see you there, Panther. You're alright, Boyle. Oh, really? 1-star cougar? Alright. Calm down. Calm down, LT Gray. You're alright. You're okay. Look. See? They're dead. Don't you worry about it. See? But yeah, I think also, like, especially with, like, Franklin and Trevor, whereas, like, Franklin is a smart guy. Like he is a smart man who's kind of trapped in his, you know, socioeconomic circumstance, where, like, he can't really get out of, like, the hood, so to speak, where he is sort of just, like, trapped in his aunt's house, where, like, he has no upward mobility. You know, because he is a smart guy. He is capable. He is able to do great, but he just does not have that opportunity. Therefore, he's stuck where he is. You know, is stuck in his mom's old house with his aunt, unable to leave and unable to kind of move on from his past. And, you know, Lamar kind of represents his past in a way, and represents, like, you know, maybe it's not a good thing to move on, you know, to leave your friend, leave your comrade behind while you move on to greater heights, you know, and Lamar kind of constantly points this out to him. Where, like, you know, Lamar hasn't always been the best friend of Franklin, but he has been Franklin's friend, you know? And can Franklin really say the same to Lamar? Has he always been Lamar's friend? I don't know. It kind of been, that's a, you know, examination of Franklin's character. And then, like, Trevor especially. Like, Trevor is constantly, like, seeking out connection. And he is constantly trying to have people at his side, you know, even through force. You know, you see this with both Wade and Ron, where Trevor kind of is, like, an authoritative figure over them, you know, kind of almost mimicking his mom. Where, like, 1 second he'll give them love and he'll give them attention and he'll give them what they want, but then snap on a dime and only care about himself and, you know, only care about what he wants. And, like, I think it's a very interesting thing. And you see throughout the story and throughout the game that Trevor has a myriad of mental issues and mental problems that he should be getting help with and should be addressing in a healthy way, but he doesn't have that opportunity because, you know, he's a criminal, because he doesn't have a lot of money, because he is outside of normal society, you know? And I think it's a very, like, interesting thing with that game, you know? Because, like, it's very easy to just write off the three protagonists of GTA 5 as just, oh, they're psychopaths, they're murderers, and they're terrible. And it's like, would you do the same thing with Arthur Morgan? Do you do the same thing with Arthur Morgan? Or do you give Arthur Morgan a little bit more of a benefit? Where, like, you know, like as much of a bad man as Arthur Morgan is, as much as he constantly not only tells other people but tells you the player, hey, I'm a bad man, you know, I've lived a bad life and I've done awful things, you know, I don't deserve a happy ending, I don't deserve good things to happen to me in my life. And you know, it's kind of like a sad, a really sad thing, especially since throughout the game you kind of play as Arthur Morgan and you get to know him more and you connect with him. You find out different details about his past, kind of the tragedy he's faced and the struggles he's had to go through. And, you know, kind of, especially in this time period, he is just expected to handle all of it. And he does, you know, in his own way. Not always the most healthy way, but, you know, he does kind of handle his stuff and get his shit together so he's able to, you know, actually have autonomy and affect things in the world that he lives in. And I don't know, it is like, it is definitely like a different, it's a similar topic, but it is different when, you know, it's like people talk about like abolishing the death penalty. Because, you know, I'm very much for abolishing the death penalty. I don't think it's a very good thing, you know. It's like, if we're going to have the death penalty, it shouldn't be something where it's like, oh, you have to inject them with a serum and you got to give them a last meal. Like, if we're going to kill people, which I don't think we should in the first place, but if we are, it should be an unceremonious thing. Like, you know, just shoot whoever you want in the head. Do it violently and then have a closed casket funeral for him, you know? Because we deem this person not worthy of our time, not worthy of the effort of trying to rehabilitate or to keep alive in a way. But obviously that's not how the prison industrial complex works here in America. And, you know, killing people is never about trying to find justice or doing the right thing by the family. That's the excuse that is used, but ultimately that's not why, you know, the death penalty is still in place. Because, like, you know, you'll see this sometimes with people where it's like, you know, it's like, oh, the death penalty isn't a good thing, it's awful, but, you know, if you do such and such, if you're this type of criminal, if you're, you know, like, say, you know, a serial killer who's killed over 100 people, like, yeah, you deserve to die, you know? And it's like, I don't know if that's the case all the time, you know? I can definitely feel for that kind of position, you know? I can definitely get it from, like, almost a principle stance, you know? Like, if you kill one person unjustifiably, you know, is it not fair that you meet the same fate? I don't know, you know? I don't think that's a question for one man to decide all on their own, or one person. And, you know, like, this is a very, it is a very, like, heated and contentious topic, but, like, you know, it's funny where, like, you know, it's like, oh, this person deserves to have a second chance, this person deserves to be rehabilitated, but, oh, this person doesn't, you know? Like, you'll see people's limits for empathy, and it's like, you know, I think kind of the whole point of empathy is that it has no limits. Even if you vehemently disagree with a person's actions, even if you hate a person, like, completely, you should still make the effort to understand them and to kind of put yourself in their shoes and to, like, really, like, wrestle with the fact that, like, you know, you could have been this person. Not just in the sense that, like, you know, you could have been in their position, you could have ended up making the same mistakes or doing the same awful things that they've done, but it's that, like, you literally could have been this person, you know? If you were born when they were born into, you know, the exact time, exact same place as they were, you know, which is, like, kind of a dumb hypothetical, because obviously that's not what happened, you know? We are who we are. We're not somebody else, you know? Like, my name is Liam. You know, would I be a completely different person if everything about me was exactly the same, but, like, my name was Daryl, let's say, or, you know, Jimmy? You know, would I have a completely different life? I don't know. It's kind of a pointless thing to speculate on, but yet nonetheless kind of interesting, you know? Because, like, how many little things in your life that could have changed that, like, if somebody had been there for you, if somebody could have helped you out, if you could have worked through your emotions in a better way, and you could have, like, found a place where you belonged and where you could be productive and healthy, like, would you be a completely different person than who you are now, you know? Like, what if you ended up in a gang? What if you got seduced by some silver-tongued maniac, you know? Would you also be a killer and a murderer and a gangster? I don't know. You know, it's a very interesting question to examine. And it's like, you know, I think people should still be held responsible for their actions, but it is a debate in what constitutes responsibility, how much of your actions are ultimately your faults, or something that you could have avoided, either through, you know, either through choices you've made or just like the circumstances in which you were born. But yeah, like, I don't know, and it can even be for like a very minor detail in your life. Like, say for example, take me. You know, I'm a piece of shit who sits around and plays video games all day and pontificates and philosophizes about it and acts like, you know, it has some kind of meaning, and I'm not just some degenerate wasting his life away, wasting his body away. You know, playing as a virtual cowboy character in in a video game. Like, you know, if I had, like, stayed in college, if I hadn't had a series of events happen to me that led to me dropping out of college, would I be on my way to becoming a teacher? Would I be doing something else? Would I be a writer? Would I, you know, have found success, found friends, found a life in some other manner, in some other form? You know, I don't know ultimately. Oh.
What?
My apologies. I'm adjusting myself in my chair because I don't know why, but like leaning over into this microphone is a might bit uncomfortable, particularly for my back. That's some pretty good wine, I must say. I'm not much of a wine man myself, but that is a quality red. So, how many hair and feathers do I have? Alright, I have 20. So, yeah, now I need lady slipper orchids and moccasin flower orchids. Also, this is what I'm doing. This is like a nothing live stream. But hey, it's what I'm doing. If you don't like it, click off. Nobody's clicked on, but, you know. I don't know, I find it funny sometimes when, like, you know, people click on like my live streams or my videos and are like, I don't like this, and it's like, hey, that's your problem, buddy. I can't help you. What do you want from me? An apology? Like, you watched something you didn't like and you didn't enjoy it, and now you're mad at me for not enjoying it, and it's like, no, that's on you, pal. Also, hello there. I'm surprised somebody actually tuned in. It is rather late, at least for me, 10:11. Alrighty. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. I try to be funny. If I'm not being funny, I at the very least want to be a little bit of a silly Billy. A silly bitch, dare I say. Get a little vulgar. I don't know. I got some red wine in me. Hopefully it doesn't make me red dead like this game. It's such a fucking shitty pun. That was some good fucking wine, though. I can't tell you what kind of wine this is, but it's a good wine. It's a red. It's like a Cabernet Sauvignon? Sauvignon? I don't know. I don't know wine. Alright? I know booze. I know beer. I know that sort of thing. I know wine coolers and malts. And liquors. Oh. Well, hey, that's pretty cool. Did you end up watching my Baldur's Gate 3 live streams? Because I actually have some videos coming out for that game. Because been a little bit since well, actually just recently I went back and opened up Baldur's Gate 3 again. And honestly, I love that game. I really want to get back to it. But I don't know, it does take up a lot of space. Oh, yeah. Honestly, a lot of games can be a pain in the ass. Red Dead Redemption 2 can be a pain in the ass depending on what you want to do. Like, you know, I do want to complete this exotics quest so I can get a cool hat, but like, do I want to go around and find a bunch of fucking flowers? No, I do not. And it's so annoying too, because like, you know, going back and playing the first Red Dead Redemption, you can get a map that shows you where any and all plants on the map might be, and it'll give you a general like direction of like, oh hey, here's where you can find like this type of plant that you'll need for this challenge. But like in this game, it's just like, yeah, you know, they're around, they're super rare, you're gonna basically have to look up a guide to find them all, but you know, it's realistic. It's like, fuck realism, man. I want to have fun. I want a silly goddamn hat, and I don't want it to take 10 hours for me to get the hat. I just want the hat, man. Well, anyway, I probably ought to stop wandering around and actually do some missions. But, what mission to do? Because I don't want to do Micah's mission. I hate that guy. That guy sucks. Now Eagles Fly, I wouldn't mind doing his mission, but his mission actually leads to tragedy. And kind of a similar thing with Rain's Fall. Although Rain's Falls, that mission is fantastic. That's one of the best missions in the game. But, you know. Oh, yeah, you know what? I'll go do Charlotte's mission. Once I'm done cleaning myself up here in Saint Denis. Oh yeah. No, I bought this game when it came out too. Like, even before it came out, this was probably like my most anticipated game, and probably like the game that like blew away my expectations. It was like, I don't know, I knew Baldur's Gate 3 was going to be pretty good going into it, and then like, I don't know, just as somebody that has very little experience with D&D and CRPGs as a whole, like that, you know, kind of a bit of a struggle there. But like Red Dead Redemption 2 was like everything I wanted it to be and more, you know? Like this game really blew me away because I love the first game. Like the original Red Dead Redemption is great. And you know, if you like that game a lot, hey, good for you, but I don't know, if you think that the original Red Dead Redemption is better than Red Dead Redemption 2, like I think you're just wrong kind of objectively. Because like Red Dead Redemption 2 does a lot of what the original Red Dead Redemption does, but it just does it better and it has more, you know? Like a lot of open world games, sure, there's a lot of faff and there's a lot of, you know, nonsense that you can get lost in, but like if you're focusing on the main story, you're focusing on the core, the heart, the soul of this game, it's phenomenal.
Got an idea of what you want?
I got some idea, partner. Yeah, real question is, do I want to keep the sideburns? I think I do. Maybe switch them back over to the natural.
Mutton chops.
Poor Arthur. It looks like shit right now.
Well, I guess we're all done here.
Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure Red Dead Redemption 2 is like the game I have put the most amount of time into. Hell, I love Red Dead Redemption 2 so much I love Red Dead Online. And that's saying a lot considering how terrible Red Dead Online is.
All right, you're ready to go. Don't wash it for a day or two.
Hey, come on, game. Let me see my man. He's looking pretty good. Looking a little sinister, looking a little sick, but hey, you know, we all have our days. Aw.
Move it now. What has happened?
Alright, partner. Calm down. But yeah, I don't know. At least for me, in my opinion, I think there's only one game that is maybe better than this one. Because, like, I don't know. Of course, hopefully someday in the future, this game will be beaten out by a lot of other games. But just like, I don't know, the level of detail in this game, the writing, the atmosphere, the music, it's all so good and it blends all so well together that it's really hard to find a good kind of competitor, you know? I think a good comparison is like The Witcher 3. I think The Witcher 3 is maybe like my third favorite game, you know? It's pretty damn close with Red Dead Redemption 2. And honestly, I think they're kind of two different vibes, you know? Where like, this is sort of fantasy, but not really. It's very realistic and grounded in not only its setting, but its approach to the world and to like story and dialogue and like just various aspects within the game. But like, you know, The Witcher 3 does have like some somber moments. It does have some sad parts, but it also has some very light parts, and so does this game. But like, The Witcher 3 is ultimately more a game to play when you want to feel happy, when you want to feel like a Witcher. Red Dead Redemption 2 is a game you want to play when you're, you know, you want to feel like a cowboy, or you want to feel super depressed, you know. And the only game I will say that kind of surpasses both of those games, and both of those games are fantastic. AAA games, really great. The only game I think that beats those games is Disco Elysium. Because, like, Disco Elysium is so funny and so witty. Whereas, like, that game is barely a game, you know? Like, the game of that game is held up with, like, you know, spit and shoestring. And it is just haphazardly made. But, like, the intentionality behind the game, the writing, the dialogue, the feeling in Disco Elysium is something that is, like, unmatched, you know? Like, these games are art. Video games are art. But, like Disco Elysium is a masterpiece. Like, it is a magnum opus that somebody has made. And I also think Red Dead Redemption 2 is a magnum opus in its own way, you know? I think they're all really great games. It's just my subjective opinion on it. Oh, yeah. And take even this little moment where I'm just riding around, not doing anything. But, like, the music that plays in the background makes it a moment. It makes it significant, you know? Like, I'm quite literally doing nothing. I am wandering around. But yet, nonetheless, I feel something, you know? Thanks to the music, you know, the atmosphere. Because I don't know, I think this game does a really good job at not only, like, romanticizing the Old West, but also kind of taking an actual look at the Old West, you know? Whereas, like, this is, like, no TV show. This is no movie, you know? It's not here to be like, ah, man, weren't these the good old days, you know? Back when you go around and kill and murder as you please. Like, no, it actually kind of takes into account, like, you know, it is a good thing that we have law and we have society, but that law and society is not always just, you know? And you can see that with the Vanderlyn gang, where they're literally outlaws. They rob and they kill people. But yet, nonetheless, you can sympathize with them and you're going to empathize with them a whole hell of a lot more than you can with the Pinkertons, who just abuse their power, take pleasure in, you know, kind of hoarding that over the Vanderlyn gang. Because multiple times they know exactly where the Vanderlyn gang is. They know what they're doing, but they don't move in and actually stop them. Because, you know, they're afraid of losing men. They're afraid of kind of losing all their money. Whereas, like, you see with both groups, this obsession with money and how it kind of ruins them, you know? Whereas, like, they could be doing good. They could be out there helping people, you know, protecting people, doing the right thing. But ultimately, they're corrupted by money, by selfishness, by greed, you know? Like, you actually missed it, but before I was kind of just rambling about how I think Grand Theft Auto 5 is a very interesting game, where, like, I see a lot of the time online this sentiment of, like, writing off the three protagonists of Grand Theft Auto 5, where, like, they're all psychopaths, and it's like, yeah, I agree, they are all psychopaths, but, like, you know, the funny thing about it, the reason why the game is like a satire and a social commentary, is that in spite of the fact that, you know, you follow along three different psychopaths, all kind of from three different backgrounds and three different lifestyles, ultimately they're never going to be as bad, you know, in spite of all the carnage they cause, in spite of all the people they kill, all the cars they steal, all the terrible things they do. They're never as bad as the bad guys, as the villains, as, like, say, for example, the U.S. government, you know? Whereas, like, the U.S. government is literally employing and exploiting psychopaths so they can get more money, you know? So it's, like, a very interesting commentary where it's like, Yeah, you know, Michael DeSanta or Michael Townley and Trevor Phillips and Franklin Clinton, they're all psychopaths, but yet nonetheless, they're used by the U.S. government and by various other kind of factions in the game to uh, to do like really awful things. Oh yeah, I love GTA 5 and GTA Online. I think they're both really great. I I put so much time into it. Honestly, uh, like kind of probably on record, I probably have more like Red Dead Redemption 2 hours, but that's probably just because like, you know, at least on my PlayStation, which I'm playing this on, the it's not going to count the amount of hours I put up in GTA 5 on the Xbox 360.
Yep.
And I don't know, I think it's also like a very kind of funny thing that I still have I still have my same character from GTA Online that I can go back and play as whenever I want. But anyway, I am going to have to apologize for this, but it is my mom's birthday, and I think my stepdad just texted me, put some candles in the cake, so I'm gonna go down and celebrate my birthday with my mom, but I'll be back.
Terrible. Oh, hey there.
How you feeling, ma'am?
Much better than I felt in a long time. If we hadn't caught that rabbit, I don't think I'd have made it another day.
Well, you look better.
Better and determined, thanks to you. And if I'm gonna learn to hunt, I figured it was time I learned how to use Cal's gun properly.
And how's that working out for you?
Well, let's just say my prey is looking decidedly unscathed. But the end of labor is to gain leisure. Is that not what Aristotle said?
Well, I don't know much about Aristotle, but well, I know a thing or two about shooting a gun. Look, you gotta hold steady and firm. Hmm? You just focus, breathe slowly, and always pull the trigger on empty lungs. Here, I'll show you. Okay. Calm and steady. Don't snatch at the trigger.
Go on then. Well, this clearly isn't a lesson in quick draw. Well, if it takes this long, no wonder I've been doing it wrong.
Hello, hello. I love that Arthur's literally resting here. Anyway, I returned. Typically, I would apologize for leaving, but fuck you. I'm not gonna apologize for going down to celebrate my mom's birthday. Whew. Not that anyone's here, but, you know. Theoretically, if someone were to be here and were to be upset that I left, go fuck yourself. Loser. I know. Sorry you don't have a mom. Well, I am sorry you don't have a mom to celebrate a birthday with.
You make it look so easy.
Alright. You try now. Remember to breathe.
Wait to breathe out. Wait to breathe out. Would you look at that? I haven't hit one that close all day.
Not bad. Focus on the inhale. Shoot on the exhale. My turn. I'll shoot a few more this time.
Looks like you need some practice yourself.
Oh, come on, that should count.
Oh no, that wretched rat is back. Over there, you see? It's been a thorn. All right, finally. Not that I could do any better. Come on, come on. Yes! I hit it! I hit it, didn't I? What can I say? Thank you. I still have some of the rabbit left that I salted up. Would you join me for a meal? It's the least I can do. Go ahead and take a seat at the table. Food is just about done. Oh. Well, it's good and hot. I hope you enjoy it. You helped me to catch it after all. Bon appetit.
Huh?
Please enjoy. And thank you again for everything. I really am grateful.
It was nothing.
You're a good man.
Oh, you don't really know me.
I know enough. There's always more to find in ourselves. You helped me to see that. My husband, Cal, was such an optimist. I found that to be very contagious. But there's a fine line between optimism and naivete. And we were both born with a silver spoon. Banquets, butlers, valets.
Sounds terrible.
There's just so many people, so many things. I was lost in it. I was crushed by it. My father was very overbearing. Then we came out here and I got crushed by this. You know, I pictured myself picking fresh vegetables, sipping homemade wine, writing a great novel. But I turned out to be a far more pathetic anti-heroine than any I could ever pen.
Oh, well. I reckon you're gonna be just fine.
Are you all right? Can I get you some water?
No, I'm fine. I just, thank you for this. I think it's best if I make
Stay right there. It's gonna be okay.
Oh man, I gotta say this is such a
My dear
sad
Arthur,
scene.
I have
But
gone out hunting. Not a phrase I thought any pen of mine would ever ink, but nonetheless one I am very proud to finally be able to write. I am so very grateful to you for all the help and encouragement you've given me. There is some money in a box on the nightstand. Please take it. I have far more than I need back in the city, and I'd like you to have it. Please take care, and remain true to the man I know you are.
aw. Also, I knew this was gonna happen.
Drag him out of there, let's get inside after him. Drag them out by their hair. Get in there, quick now. Get up there. There he is. I found our walking jackpot, boys.
Take it easy.
One of y'all tie this prize up.
Oh man. Alright, let's go.
Yeah.
Man, that's really funny because I was actually going to talk about how I love that scene so much where, you know, Charlotte ends up talking about how kind of her life in, you know, high slash upper society, you know, a richer class kind of suffocated her and made her feel trapped. You know, you see Arthur Morgan kind of trapped in his own life, which is very much the opposite of Charlotte's life. You know, it stands in contrast, but yet nonetheless they can relate to each other, and Arthur kind of chooses to help her out of the kindness of his heart, but like because he can relate to her, you know, about being lost, about not knowing where to go, and then having, you know, some strange man come in and teach them how to shoot, and you know, kind of turn their life around, give them a bit of autonomy back, give them back what they kind of never had in the first place, which is freedom. You know, and it's very funny that I ended up having a bunch of bounty hunters come after me, because I don't know, I think it's a Reddit post, but I've probably seen it on other platforms as well, where like somebody who had like a bounty ended up having like bounty hunters come after them, but like, you know, they got much further than the bounty hunters did for me, where like the bounty hunters literally end up inside of the cabin and the building, and they're they got like guns pointed at Arthur as he's like reading his note. And then they open fire on him. It's pretty funny. But I was like, oh shoot, am I gonna have the bounty hunters come after me? And turns out I did have the bounty hunters come after me. It was pretty funny.
Y'all right there, sir?
Yes?
Good on you.
Why?
Get a fresh start. Been some grip going around here, and I just thought, you know what? Never mind. What can I do for you?
No. Alright, well, do I have some mail to receive? Ah. Alright, cool.
Let's go, boy. Howdy.
Yeah, I will say, I don't know, who was the fella, ultimately? Blake Moore. Or possibly Blackmore? I don't know. B-L-A-K. That guy was really nice. Shout out to, that fella. I know, I will say that is, like, ultimately the reason why I live stream. Is that, you know, I don't know, I like connecting. I like reaching out to, like, real people, you know? No offense to anyone that's, like, a dumbass and a piece of shit online, except full offense to you. Fuck you. Go fucking do something better with your pathetic, sad little life. But, you know, I don't know, I like when, you know, somebody's actually interested in, you know, the video games they play and having a conversation about it and actually analyzing it and examining it rather than just being like, I like the video game because the main character is cool. It's like, yeah, that can be a good reason to get into a game, but then if that's just your only interpretation of like, oh, I like the main guy because he's, you know, hot and cool and awesome and he's everything I want to be and yet I'm not because I fucking suck. It's like, I don't know, I don't want to appeal to you. I don't give a rat's ass about you. I never have and I never will. Like, somebody that's actually interested in examining a game and looking at it and, like, having fun discussing it is always so much better than somebody who is just, like, a fan, quote-unquote, you know? Because, like, I don't know, that's why, lately, if you look through my previous live streams I've done, I've been playing a lot shoot, what's it called? Final Fantasy VII. Like, Final Fantasy VII is a really great game. Specifically, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I really like Remake as well, but, like, Remake feels very much like an intro, especially compared to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But, like, I don't know, those games are really interesting and really fun because it's not just, like, it's not just like, oh, cool blonde pretty boy kills giant monsters with his giant sword and fights against you know, gray-haired pretty boy with his samurai sword. Meanwhile, Cloud has the he has like the berserk sword. He has a giant hunk of iron in contrast. And like, I don't know, it is interesting to kind of examine the differences between Cloud and Sephiroth, where Sephiroth is like very symmetrical. He is very like clean and proper and like, you know, very much obsessed with like this idea of like, the right thing the proper way. And meanwhile Cloud is kind of the same but yet very different ultimately, because, you know, he wants to fight for what's actually right. He wants to actually examine the world around him and take into account of that, and actually, like, you know, ultimately I think his arc is kind of him loving life and loving the world that he's in, while Sephiroth is the opposite. Sephiroth hates the world and he hates people, you know? He sees himself as kind of above all that. And that's why he likes Cloud, I think, is that he sees Cloud as somebody who's exceptional, as somebody who's better than everyone else. But Cloud doesn't see himself that way. And that's what makes Cloud our protagonist in the Final Fantasy VII series, you know? Like, he's not just simply a wish fulfillment character. Whereas, like, you know, oh, he's cool and he's badass because he has a giant sword and he kills monsters. Like, no, there's actually a bit more to Cloud's character than just that. But, you know, some people kind of miss the forest for the trees on that and don't want to actually examine the game deeper than, like, very surface level interpretations they have of it. And I think, you know, a very similar sentiment and idea can be applied to this game. Where, like, people want to like Arthur Morgan because he's, like, some badass gunslinger, but that's actually, like, Arthur Morgan's flaw. Is that he is a gunslinger, he is a fighter, you know? Like, it kind of harkens on back to Dutch's speech, which, you know, we'll probably see here in an hour or so, depending on how and when I get to it. In fact, you know, we're going to see it right now because I want to talk about it. With, like, Dutch's speech at the end of Red Dead Redemption is probably one of the best speeches in all of, like, gaming history, at least thus far. Because, like, I don't know, I love Dutch's speech. Because in spite of Dutch being, like, an awful person of doing all these terrible things, at the very end, he has a very, like, poignant thing to say. Where he's like, all I ever did was fight. That's all I ever knew. And I did fight. I fought to the end, but I realize now I can't fight anymore. That fighting was all for nothing. That fighting led me to this. It led me to the edge of a cliff. And now my only option is to kill my brother, kill my son, kill probably my last remaining friend who is still alive, or I go off the cliff. And Dutch ultimately chooses to go off the cliff. And, like, I think that's a really interesting thing. It's a really, like, sad end to Dutch, you know? And it's a sad end for John, too. Because it's like, you know, John, in spite of everything, in spite of Dutch betraying him, in spite of Dutch, like, you know, maybe never really caring for him, really only caring for himself, is never gonna kill John, you know? Like, he'll shoot at John, he'll mess with him, he'll kind of call him a bastard and a piece of shit, but he's never gonna fight John, because John is him. And he is John, you know? It's just this connection they have, where they have this empathy, they have this understanding of one another that kind of prevents them from fighting. Because, you know, if Dutch were to fight John, Dutch would fight himself. He would fight all the best parts of himself, you know? Because he, in spite of being an awful person, in spite of being like a cult leader, in spite of being a maniac and a lunatic and a murderer, you know, ultimately had some good in him. And he wanted to do good, and he wanted to be a good person, but unfortunately in the world that he lives in, that's not possible, you know? He couldn't be a good person. You know, you can either blame that on Dutch himself, or you can blame that on the world he was born into. I think that's a really, like, interesting thing. And especially with this game, like, I don't know, I find it kind of interesting when people talk about, you know, it's like, oh, should you play Red Dead Redemption 2 first, or should you play Red Dead Redemption 1? Because Red Dead Redemption 2 takes place before Red Dead Redemption, the original. Red Dead 1, as I'm going to call it, in this brief discussion I'm going to have. Where it's like, you know...
the no-good town crook.
Yeah,
People talk
yeah.
about what a piece of shit you are.
Yeah, whatever, man. Fuck you. Let me buy some tonics. Alright, I want to grow my hair out. But no, in, like, within Red Dead 2, there are, like, so many callbacks and so many references to the original Red Dead Redemption, where like I would argue, maybe I'm a bit biased because obviously I played the first Red Dead Redemption before I played Red Dead Redemption 2, where it's like there's so many like fun moments. Like take for example the mission you do with John here in Valentine, where you end up herding sheep, and like Arthur Morgan is just calling back to kind of John in the first game, where he's like, all right, now ain't the time for you to learn how to herd. That's going to happen in the first game. And then he makes fun of him for not being able to swim, not being able to be a ranch hand, not being able to be a father, And it's kind of... It's Arthur kind of making fun of John, but ultimately he has a point when he's making fun of John. He's not just making fun of John to make him feel bad, but to kind of say to John, hey, here are the flaws you have. Here are the problems and issues you have. And now, of course, some of them are bigger than others, where, it's like John not being able to swim is just kind of a funny thing. And, ultimately not a huge deal for him. But, like, when Arthur is like, stop trying to be two people at once, just pick your path and stick with it. And John ultimately kind of wants to pick the path of being a father, of being a family man, but he cares too much about Arthur and the rest of the gang and everything that's happened between them to give it all up, to leave it all behind, to let things lie. He ends up going after Micah, and that's what ends up killing him in the end. And especially like with Dutch's speech here in this upcoming mission that I'm gonna get to eventually. It's like I don't know, it's like really interesting kind of talking about the nature of humanity, because it's like, can you truly change your nature? Is not trying to change and trying to be a better person inherently a part of human nature? It's like it's why I really like Final Fantasy VII, where there's this constant kind of talk about like, are you who you think you are? Are you who you pretend to be? Are you, who you secretly are in spite of your actions, If you spend your life doing nothing but good things, but deep down you harbor a resentment and a hatred for other people, are you not ultimately a good person in spite of that? Or, because you have ulterior motives, because you have selfish desires, does that not, in a way, ruin your kind of good efforts, your good deeds, I think it's a really interesting thing, and it ties in nicely to the theme of this game, where, like, Dutch has a lot of pretty words, Dutch has a lot of nice things to say, and he can present himself as a man with a plan, as a man who ultimately wants to do good and is fighting for good, but at the end of the day, he is simply a man who fights, even if he is fighting a losing battle, even if the fighting causes the deaths of other people. Dutch will always fight no matter what, because that's who he is, and he can't change who he is, as much as he might want to, or as much as he might try. He is ultimately, at the end of the day, a fighter, a warrior, a soldier, a soldier to ideals, rather than, say, a soldier for the U.S. government. And, does that make him any better or any worse than, say, the soldiers he's going to shoot and kill in this battle? I don't know. It's a really interesting debate and topic, and one I find a lot of, like, fascination and interest in. Because, like, that's sort of what this whole game is about. Also, I'm now thinking about how I have the Kirkana rifle, and I have not customized it yet, so I'm going to go customize that before I start this mission. Because, I don't know. In spite of all my talk about the deeper feelings and the motivations and the ideas behind the characters, and kind of internally how they work, you know, nonetheless, you care about them externally, you know? Like, if you're playing the game, I think for the most part, like, you want Arthur to look good. You want Arthur to kind of look like you in a way, you know? If you like Arthur with, like, a big handlebar mustache, you're gonna give him that. If you like Arthur clean-shaven, you're gonna clean-shave him, you know? And it's, like, kind of this interesting thing of, like, you know, how much of this character is this character, and how much of this character is affected by you and what you choose to do with them, you know? And I think Red Dead Redemption kind of does this in a good way, because a lot of the time in games, kind of morality systems can feel hollow. They can feel like just some tertiary thing that ultimately doesn't affect the story or doesn't affect your character. Because, like, take for example one of my other favorite games of all time, Fallout New Vegas, another kind of cowboy-esque game, but in the complete opposite direction of Red Dead Redemption 2, where instead of focusing on a set character and a set world, instead, or in like a more realistic world in kind of the 1800s, where, you know, all the states are made up names, but they're ultimately based on real areas. Like, New Austin is kind of Texas slash New Mexico. Lemoyne is obviously Louisiana. I forget what New Hanover is, but New Hanover has like you know, a state equivalent in the real world, where it's like Red Dead Redemption takes place in a very realistic world. Fall New Vegas takes place in a very, like, absurdist world where, you know, what am I thinking? Where, like, you know, you have all these different characters with, like, all these different goals and ideas, and like, they kind of contrast.
Running around New Hanover, I'd be out of business.
And, like, in spite of everything you might do in Fall New Vegas, you can always choose to go down a certain path, you know? Like, you can be, like, a karmically good person, you know? Like, you can have high karma, but then ultimately choose to side with Caesar's Legion, which is ultimately a terrible thing, you know? And if you want to go, well, actually, they make trade routes safer, fuck you. Alright, Caesar's Legion is very obviously the evil faction in the game, and if you want to argue otherwise, like, you're either just literally playing devil's advocate, or you, you know, have a fundamental problem and misunderstanding of morality.
I can make this piece work,
you know,
better for you. Bolts, triggers, parts, back here.
Because, like, morality can be a tricky subject. It can be kind of an interesting thing to explore.
Mister, you look like you've
you
been
know?
on whiskey, no stew. You all right?
I've been better, but I'm okay.
Oh.
All right, well, let me know what you need.
Where, like, I'm actually going to relate this to another piece of media that I haven't watched in a while, but I've been seeing, like, a lot of stuff on Reddit for it, which is Code Geass. I don't know if you've ever heard of Code Geass, whoever you might be listening in on this, but Code Geass is an anime, and I assume also probably a manga, originally, as most anime are, about, like, about this character that essentially has mind control powers, you know? And as you see throughout the anime, and I'm just going to reference the anime because that's what I've seen, they do use these powers for good, ultimately. You know, they want to be a good person. They want to do right by people, you know? They have Lelouch, the main character of Code Geass, you know, has, like, a little sister and has a best friend that he truly cares for. and he truly loves both of these characters, and he wants to do right by them. But, you know, he kind of has to wrestle with the fact that he has done bad things. He has used his power of essentially mind controlling people to kind of do evil things and do things for his own means. And I actually really want to go back and rewatch it because, you know, I watched it when I was a teenager and I thought it was great and really interesting. And now, kind of going back as a 23-year-old adult, I'm probably going to come out with it with a slightly different perspective, you know, of like, you know, examining it more closely and seeing what exactly what exactly it's trying to say and how it's trying to say that. Where, you know, like, I think it's a very interesting philosophical question of, like, you know, if you can make a perfect society by mind controlling people and kind of taking away their autonomy, is that truly a good society, you know? Is it not on people themselves and on individuals and on society to kind of create a good world, create a place where people want to live, and you know, a society and a country, or however you want to define it necessarily? Is it not on us as people to kind of create that world? Because, like, I don't know, it's very rare, but you'll see the sentiment with older folks, you know? Typically folks that are more aware, but sometimes not so. It all depends. But, you know, you'll see this kind of with, I don't know, I think primarily you see this with baby boomers, but sometimes Gen Xers and a few of the other generations, which is kind of ultimately a dumb thing, because, like, to say, like, oh, all Gen Zers are the same, or, oh, everyone in Gen Alpha is just addicted to their phones and obsessed with TikTok, and yada yada yada. Making generalizations about a large group of people is usually never a good idea. You know, like, sure, there are sentiments that are shared, and there is, like, a general consensus that is sometimes arrived by groups of people, but ultimately people are individuals, you know? But I think it's always an interesting thing when you see this older generation, like the baby boomers or the Gen Xers, kind of have this sentiment of, like, we failed. Like, we fucked up, and now, you know, we have left nothing but a broken, terrible world for those that come next, for our children, for, you know, our friends, for our families. And we have nobody to blame but ourselves, you know? And it's kind of a sad thing to see, because, again, it's, you know, especially in America, where we have this idea of individualism, to blame oneself for all of society's problems, but obviously that's not how it works, you know? You can't just point to a singular person and be like, oh, that person is the bad guy, you know? They're the one who's awful. You know, if you don't mind me, you know, I'm kind of going off on all sorts of tangents and sort of just sharing a mess of ideas that I have in my brain. But this was something I was thinking about, because I have an Instagram account that I don't follow anyone on, you know? I follow maybe, like, one person, and that person is, like, you know, it is somebody I know, but, like, you know, I don't see any of their posts. And, like, otherwise, I don't follow anybody. And so, I don't really use it at all, because, you know, I don't get much benefit out of using Instagram. But, nonetheless, occasionally I will open up Instagram, and I've been doing it more so lately, where I open it up to see kind of different stuff there. And, oh shoot. I was about to say, you know, do I have anyone watching me? Is there somebody listening to the words I say right now? Maybe. Maybe not, though. But, like, I don't know. This is a very strange, odd thought that I had. Where, you know. Oh, hi Lily. I didn't realize you were here. I'm great. How are you? I actually just got done celebrating my mom's birthday, and I am a couple glasses of wine deep, so I'm getting a little deep philosophically, metaphorically. But yeah, I'm doing wonderful. How are you? And anyway, to just quickly finish the point I was trying to make, where, you know, I've just been looking up, like, various gaming stuff, because, like, Instagram initially was like, hey, you want to see all the regular Instagram stuff, right? You know, you want to see, like, comedy videos and, like, you know, like, hot girls and hot guys, and I'm like, I don't really need to see that Instagram. Thank you, though, you know? Uh, oh, hey, that's awesome. Ah. Well, best of luck catching up on your homework/tests. But yeah, my sister's actually in Canada. She's in a college there, learning how to properly like glass blow. You know, she wants to make different kinds of art, and you know, one of her avenues is doing different things with glass, and like you know, she's also made me like a pipe for you know smoking a certain something out of. What? I can say weed, whatever. But yeah. Yeah, no, it's really great. I don't know. She does a lot of really interesting stuff. I'm very happy for her, you know. Unlike her, I don't think she's gonna quit, you know. I kind of failed out of college, and now I do this with my life. And you might argue this is not very high art or very interesting, but you know, I like it. I want to do something with my life, and this is it. And the very weird thought I had with Instagram was, I've just been looking up like different gaming stuff, and that involves Final Fantasy VII. And I just happened to click on a Final Fantasy VII post, and like the caption was in German. And I was just like looking at the German language, and of course, for me as an American, it's very easy for me to look at, you know, like a different language such as German, and to see it as sort of ridiculous, you know, where I was just sort of reading aloud the caption to myself, and I'm like, oh man, what a silly language German is. And then I had this thought of like, man, they tried to take over the world, huh? Like, you know, of course not all Germans and not all of Germany, you know. But again, even then, you know, kind of circling back to my point, it can be very easy to just point at one man. You know the man I'm talking about. I'm not going to say his name here, but you know the man, the leader during World War II of the Axis powers. You know, it's easy to point at him and be like, he is everything that is wrong, but no, he was put into power by society. You know, he gained power because he said things that people wanted to hear. And, you know, it seems a little ridiculous that, like, you know, that, like, it's like, you know, I don't get me wrong, English is no more of a sophisticated language. English is a mess, you know? I'll be the first person to say that English fucking sucks. But, you know, it's just kind of funny that, like, this set of people were like, yes, we're the best, and nobody else can compare. We're obviously the masters of humanity, and everyone else is flawed and fundamentally bad. And it's like, you know, it's like, what a ridiculous notion. But
The whole life, sir. You have followed the wrong star.
All right. Well, I'll have to take your word for it.
What a funny response to that. But yeah, like, it can be very easy to just say that, like, oh, all the problems in the world are because of this group of people, or because, you know, this thing has been allowed, or yada yada yada. But it's like, you know, it you know, of course, I think ultimately, like, particularly during World War II, it was very wrong to blame a certain group of people and to then, you know, start killing them. You know, that's always a bad thing to just say, ah, yes, this group of very broad and different individuals, they're all to blame. And it's like, no, they're not all to blame, you know? Because that is the thing with humanity, is that, you know, all the problems in the world are ultimately caused by humans. Sometimes it's caused by people who are actively seeking to do harm and to do terrible things. But sometimes it's caused by the fact that, you know, nobody stands up, nobody says anything, you know? We all kind of passively live our lives, and sometimes that's the only way you can live, you know? Because if you try to fight, you're obviously going to end up in a fight, and you might end up dead. And that's a very scary thing for a lot of different people. And, you know, I don't blame anyone for being scared. But, you know, it's just such an absurd thing to think, hey, go for it. No need to stick around for me rambling, but hey, best of luck with your psychology. Who knows, maybe you can learn something by examining me and my thoughts. But it's like, I don't know, I think it is kind of a human thing to want to find an easy answer, you know? To say that, oh yes, this is how you solve society, this is how you find the right answer. And weirdly enough, I've been watching a review for a show called Beverly Hillbillies, and then kind of alongside that talking about another show called Petticoat Junction, where, like, these are two TV shows from the 1960s, when not only are the morals and the subjects that are tackled in these TV shows in black and white, but the TV shows themselves are literally in black and white, because that's how old they are, you know? It's this very kind of, like, old way of thinking, and both of these TV shows obviously reference and mention Westerns, you know? And I think that's what makes Red Dead Redemption 2 such a special game, is that it's the game that actually goes out of its way to ask the hard questions, you know? Like, it is a fun cowboy simulator. It is a game where you can just wander around and be on a cowboy and rob a store and, you know, be a badass gunslinging cowboy who fights for himself, fights for his gang, fights for what's right, fights against the U.S. government. But, like, you know, you constantly see Arthur Morgan, like, question his place in this world, question what he does, you know? And it's not something I think you would typically see in much of those older Westerns, where, like, you know, the good guys wear white hats and they fight with the law. Sometimes they're outside of the law, but ultimately they side with the law. They side with the good guys. It's like, this game is like, you know, you follow outlaws, you follow a gang of murderers, you know, but yet nonetheless they are people, and they're people who are seduced ultimately by this man who, you know, you can consider him to be good in some ways, but he's definitely bad in other ways. And it's like, you know, if he had more of an opportunity to grow, to learn, to change, you know, he wouldn't be as bad as he is. And it's a very interesting thing to think about, but, like, ultimately that, you know, it is the way it is, you know? No matter what you do, you can't change the reality of the world that you're in. As much as you might try, as much as you might fight, you know? Because that's the thing with Dutch and kind of his final speech in the original Red Dead Redemption, where he talks about all he ever knew was how to fight, you know? And you can't, like, I don't know, it's a very interesting thing where it's like, you know, you can't change your nature. You are who you are ultimately, you know? And you might argue, well, you can change. And then I would say, well, is it not in your nature to want to change? To try to be the best version of yourself, or to be a version of yourself that you like, that other people respect, that other people appreciate, you know? It's like, how much of you are you truly, you know? If different circumstances happened in your life, if different events happened, you know, if you were in a different circumstance, if you got influenced by different people, how different would you be? Would you even recognize yourself? If you, say, for example, met like an alternate universe version of yourself. Where it's like, you know, they're exactly like you, let's say, like, genetically, you know? Because, like, that's also a thing, you know? It's something I think about as I look into a mirror, you know? Where, like, you know, I am who I am. I can't change my face. I mean, of course I could change my face, I guess, with plastic surgery or various other means, which, you know, I personally don't want to do. I'd rather keep my face. You know, it's not perfect, but it is my face nonetheless. But it's like, you know, if I was born differently, like, take, for example, my sister, you know? Me and my sister, we both share the same parents, you know? Both, my mom and my biological father are, like, you know, are who we both came from, but yet nonetheless we're both very different, you know? And it's like, I wonder how different, you know, things would be if, say, everything was exactly the same, but my sister was older than me and I was the younger sibling, you know? I wonder how that would affect things, how that would affect myself, you know? What it's like having a stepdad and step siblings, you know? Where it's like, you know, I kind of have older people to look at where it's like, you know, it's not one-to-one, but I definitely feel more of a relation to my older stepbrother than I do for, like, my stepsister. Where, you know, again, my stepbrother is doing much better than I am, but, you know, we both kind of dropped out of college. We both sort of failed in artistic endeavors, you know? Meanwhile, our sisters, our younger sisters, are succeeding in various other ways that we just did not or possibly cannot. And I don't know. I just find it to be like a fascinating subject. And now, forget about all that. Time to fight some O'Driscolls. But I don't know, to kind of complete everything I was saying is that I think empathy is a very, like, key and important tool for humanity. Because, you know, I think it's very easy to kind of fall into the trap to think that, like, you are, like, somehow better than everyone else. And it's like, it's never the case, but it's also, you know, well, when you realize, you know, you're not better than anyone else, it can be very easy to fall into the trap of, like, oh, well, I am awful, I'm terrible, you know, everything that's wrong with me is my own fault. And everything that has ever gone bad in my own life is because of myself and because of my actions and because of my my choices, you know. It's like, ultimately, I think, you know, you need a bit of balance, you know. You have to recognize that you are a flawed individual, that you do have your faults, that you do have your problems, that, you know, somebody looking from outside may have judgments and may have criticisms of you. But then, you know, also, you could say the same thing about that other person, you know? Even if they theoretically live, like, a perfect life in a perfect way, which I think is something that's kind of impossible, because, you know, something being perfect is a very subjective thing, you know? Like, some people, you know, say if you even want to get mathematical, you know, you can make a perfect circle, you know? A circle is something that has the radius of pi, let's say. But, you know, ultimately, deep down, it's like, you know, some people might say that a perfect circle is not a perfect circle, you know? Perfect circle is something that is made by somebody, you know? It's not necessarily the matter of the circle being perfect, but somebody trying to make the perfect circle and ending up with something that people can appreciate, you know? It's all ultimately a subjective thing, but, you know, I think it's always better to err on the side of empathy, err on this idea of understanding. You know, because, take for example these wolves I just killed. Of course, it is a video game, and I very fortunately don't have to feel any guilt about killing an actual wolf, but let's say, theoretically, if I was in this position as Arthur Morgan, if I somehow got a bunch of wolves coming after me, you know, would I be entitled to shoot them dead? You know, because the wolves more than likely are attacking me or attacking Arthur because, you know, they know humans are dangerous. They know humans have done bad things to them, have killed them and their family, and have, you know, caused a lot of grief and a lot of pain for themselves and those they might know, you know? But it's like, you know, it is an instinctual thing to survive, to fight, to, you know, I mean, at least for most people. I think, you know, again, there is some nobility in pacifism, you know? You can argue whether or not that's the right route to take in terms of fighting for what's right or, you know, doing the right thing. Because, you know, is somebody who tries to do the right thing and fails better or worse than somebody that sits around and does nothing, that doesn't concern themselves with morality and with doing the right thing, but simply just exists, you know? Because again, I think it is debatable. There are different philosophical thoughts you can follow. Say, for example, utilitarianism, where it's like, well, this person, in spite of their intentions, caused harm, therefore they are a harmful, bad person, you know, versus an individual who, you know, does not care about the moral implications or the effect that their actions may have on others, or, you know, various different kinds of people. Alright, what's scaring your horsey? Nah, just a rattlesnake. Don't worry about it. Where it's like, you know, I think it's a very interesting argument, because it's very easy to say, you know, it's just like, oh, well, the person that does good is always the good person, is always the righteous individual. But it's like, if somebody does something good with nefarious intentions, with, say for example, like, you take billionaires donating money to charities, you know, you can see that as like a you know, unconditional good for the world, you know? Like, these people, in spite of, you know, anything bad, in spite of any arguments you want to make against capitalism and the accumulation of wealth and how that is in and of itself inherently evil, not because greed is a sin or anything like that, but because in order to accumulate that much wealth, to accumulate that much power, you have to extract that from other people, you know? Like, no billionaire became a billionaire all on their own by working hard and doing the right thing constantly. No, it's in fact the opposite. They became a billionaire by being lazy, by paying other people, by extracting value from other people and taking that away and giving it to themselves, you know? This is a very interesting topic of debate, to be like, you know, it's like, well, you know, any billionaire is better than any poor person, because, you know, a billionaire can cause so much more good and can actually have an effect on the world. Meanwhile, someone who's poor is unable to have an effect and therefore is disqualified. And that's kind of how society perceives it, you know? But, you know, I think most people would acknowledge and understand the fact that, you know, yeah, the billionaire is still a piece of shit and awful. And, you know, just because someone is poor and is unable to help does not make them a bad person because they don't help. Because they might want to, you know? Because usually people who are in lower positions in society have more empathy, not just for those who are in a lower position such as themselves, but for everybody, you know? Because you can recognize and you can see the issues with being rich, with being trapped in kind of this role, in this place that society puts you, where, you know, society can be both a good and a bad thing. It can judge you. It can keep you in check in a way. But it can also allow you to do heinous, terrible things. But because people perceive you as being a general good, as being ultimately, oh, well, you know, this actor might do terrible things to women and make a large amount of people uncomfortable, but think about all the happy faces they've made. Think of all the smiles they've created by playing the roles they play and being the characters that they portray on screen. And it's like, you know, it's a very interesting kind of debate of morality.
Easy now.
Because I would feel I'm very much I'm very principled in a lot of my moral stances, where, you know, I would rather do good and try to be the best I can be, and at the very least try not to be harmful, than, you know, be like a very harmful person, but then also be a very helpful person, you know? It's like, I don't think the good you do necessarily outweighs or balances out with the harm that you cause, you know? Kind of a relevant thing for Arthur Morgan and his honor system, you know? This is the fact that he helps people, occasionally gives money away, you know? Saves people from bandits and ne'er-do-wells and evil individuals. does that make him ultimately a good person, in spite of the fact that he makes people into widows, that he does awful things, that he murders animals for his own personal gain? You know, is it more noble to murder a deer to help feed your family, or, you know, versus murdering a deer to just make a couple of bucks off of it? You know, like, what is better? Because ultimately it's the same thing. A deer is dead, a living creature is no longer alive because of this man. But if that man uses the dead deer to feed those who can't feed themselves, is that not ultimately a good thing? I don't know. Gotta say, sometimes it's nice to see that nobody's here listening to you and you can just say whatever. Because you know what? As I finish my glass of wine, I can say with utmost certainty, actually I can't, but I wish I can, and sometimes I do think that ultimately it doesn't matter. You can sit around and ask all the questions you want, you can come to all the conclusions that you may, but at the end of the day, we all must face the inevitable. We must all meet our demise. We must all meet our end, you know? That's one thing you can't change. That's one thing you can never truly get away from, is the fact that you are mortal. That, you know, you, as well as everyone you ever knew, and ever will know, is going to die. So, you know, I personally am very much of the belief that you should make the most out of your life, that you should do good while you can, not because, you know, being good is some inherently good thing that's going to get you into the kingdom of heaven or what have you, but instead because it feels good, you know? It feels good to do good. It is nice to have friends, to do the right thing and to be a good person, rather than to just focus on the bad, on the dark side of humanity.
How you doing, boy? Hey there. Come on now, boy. Yeah. Buddy? That is a fine Steve there.
Aw, thanks, partner.
Whoa there. Idiot. Let's go, boy.
Hey! What are you doing?
I don't know, I think ultimately kind of my main point, just to sort of cap it off before I end up muting my mic and just doing some missions in Red Dead Redemption 2, is that morality is a subjective thing, but I think there is value in trying to find the right answer in spite of everything. Because, you know, I don't think morality and the truth of the world and everything should be determined by one person. But I think also, you know, it shouldn't be determined by a group of people necessarily either, you know? Because sometimes in a world, society is right and society is wrong. And sometimes an individual is right and sometimes an individual is wrong, you know? And it's ultimately up to you as a person, as the viewer, as a judge, as a jury, as an executioner, to determine what is right and what is wrong. And you should always try to do your best to examine why you think something is right and why you think something is wrong, you know? Because, like, I don't know, yeah. Sorry, can't quite just cap this off very easily and just put a little pin in it and go, here we go, I'm done. I've answered all the questions and I'm a perfect person and now everyone can fuck off and only listen to me for I am the Messiah. Like, no, obviously not. But, you know, I think, like, morality is a very interesting thing because, I don't know, like something I definitely felt when I was younger is that, like, you know, this idea of, like, cheating on somebody or betraying somebody, betraying their feelings, is, like, a very inherently wrong and immoral thing to do. But, you know, it's like sometimes the heart wants what the heart wants. Sometimes you're a flawed person that does things that hurt other people. But, you know, sometimes that's just how you end up living your life. Sometimes that's the decisions you end up being forced to make, that you feel that you have to make, you know, in order to be the person that you are, you know? And it's like, you know, ultimately, sometimes morality is like comparing apples to oranges. Because, you know, like, I don't know, one thing that, like, kind of personally interests me is this, like, idea of morality surrounding love. Because I think a lot of people would say that, like, you know, having relations with another person, let's go ahead and make it simple. Having sexual relations with another person when you are already engaged in a prior romantic relationship is wrong. But, you know, the wrong that is caused and is done by doing that is, like, very different than, say, the wrong caused by the killing of an individual, you know? And even you can argue the ethics and the morality of killing people, you know? Because, like, I very much am of the belief that, you know, if you have to kill somebody to survive, you know, if somebody's threatening your life or threatening your autonomy, threatening your sense of self in a way, but, you know, of course there are limits to that, you know? It's like if somebody comes along with you and you know, they make you feel uncomfortable or they make you feel strange, that does not give you a license to kill. No, far from it. But, you know, it's like, I don't know, again, as I said, in a way, it can be like comparing apples to oranges. Because, like, I don't know, I think it's a very interesting thing that the idea of a crime of passion can be a thing and can be a defense, you know? It's like if you find, say, for example, let's just say your husband. You find your husband in bed with another individual, let's say a harlot, you know? And then you end up either killing your husband or the harlot or both, you know? You can you can say, for example, argue as to why somebody would feel that way in that situation, and you can even empathize and understand that. But ultimately, you know, that those two things do not compare, you know? Like, that is not a just thing to do in that situation. Where it's like, you know, personally, I don't care how hurt you are or how much it is, you know, affected you personally to have this, terrible situation unfold. That does not give you the right to end another's life, you know? Because that's all we got. That's all we have is life, you know? And I think we should desperately cling to life. And at times it can feel like there's no point to life, and I would argue there never is. There never was any point to life, you know? But that's the beautiful thing about life, because there is no one point. You can choose to do whatever you like with your life. You can create art, you can become a scientist, you can be a teacher, you can, I don't know, become a fucking slimy politician. Ultimately, you can do whatever you want with your life, but you will be judged, and you will be perceived, and you will be, you know, affected by other people who also have their own lives that they live. It's very interesting to see, you know, where the rubber meets the asphalt, where, you know, ultimately how things collide and how things work, you know? Because, like, you know, we put a very high value on the STEM fields, and of course they are not the be-all and end-all of human society and human individuality and what have you. But yet, nonetheless, I think those things are important, you know? Like, math is a very important thing, even if you may not personally be a fan of it or be too interested in it. It's still, like, you know, something that is worthwhile to explore and to understand. And you can see that in all kinds of things, you know? Like, say, for example, before this, I was kind of thinking about how I'm not really a movie guy. In fact, dare I say, I am the opposite of a movie guy. I don't really like movies. I like TV shows, I like books, I like comics, I like manga, you know? But I'm not huge on movies. I still like movies, you know? I will go out of my way to see a movie, but ultimately, you know, it doesn't change anything if I am big on movies or not, you know? And I don't know, that feels like a weird place to end on. But yeah, I think ultimately there is a lot of subjectivity to one's life and to others' lives and to how we perceive and understand things. But, you know, ultimately you should always take into account other people's feelings and, you know, kind of interact with other people, because that's what makes us human. Ooh. Alright, Lily. Interesting question. Somewhat unrelated, but also not.
Yep.
You know, I'm gonna be honest, I think there is no limit to how long a TV show can be. Well, whether you're asking about, like, an individual episode, it's like, you know, ultimately, realistically, you have to have a limit on an episode, you know? As funny as it would be to have, like, 100-hour long TV show series where every episode is 100 hours, and, just takes up this inexplicable amount of time, just like so long. I don't know. I think ultimately, like, the length of a TV show is not what matters. It's instead the quality of it. Because, you know, there are some TV shows where I'll watch every single second, you know? Hell, I won't even watch every single second once. I'll watch it twice, 3 times even, you know? If something is truly great, and if I truly love something, I will go back and revisit that thing as many times as possible. Take, for example, Red Dead Redemption 2. I have easily put over 3,000 hours into this game, as well as Red Dead Online, so that probably ups my time a little bit. But, you know, it's like, if something is good, and it's of course ultimately up to the individual watching it, you know? Like, some people like to say, for example, for Archer, one of my favorite TV shows. It's like, oh, Archer isn't good anymore. Archer after season 8 is garbage and is no longer good. And it's like, no, actually, Archer gets terrible after season 6. Or, no, you gotta skip Archer season 1 and season 2 because they're garbage. They're worthwhile, they're old, and they're outdated. But Archer season 4 to season 5, now that is peak television. You know, it's ultimately a subjective answer. But I think if a TV show is great enough, I would love to see a TV show that goes on for 100 years. Take Star Trek, for example. I mean, of course, you know, they change characters and they move forward through time in Star Trek. But Star Trek is a show that has stayed and has come back in many different iterations, you know. There's like Below Decks and whatever other kind of new Star Trek spin-offs there are. And people still love Star Trek, and people can go back and watch the old ones and be like, ooh, this show is old, you know? Because sometimes you go back and you watch like an old TV show and you watch an old piece of media and you're like, ooh, that's rough. That wouldn't fly today. That wouldn't be okay. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, the also, by the way, with the stream is that it's always going to be delayed by like a minute or half a minute. But then I don't know. I think that's also the great thing, and both the terrible. I don't know, because like I can go on and on about YouTube's live streaming as a platform and how it's both good and bad. You know, because like say for example with like Twitch. Like, Twitch, you tune into something, and, like, everybody who is tuned into this person on Twitch, they're all at the same point. You're all watching the same thing at the same time. When with YouTube, you know, because YouTube can buffer, because you can scroll back and forth however you please with YouTube, you can, you know, kind of lose your place and be trapped in your own individual world. But ultimately, I like that more, you know. I like being able to pause a live stream and to, like, you know, sometimes watch a live stream with, like, you know, an 5-minute delay or an hour delay where I'm just like, oh, okay, I want to watch this part of the live stream. And I love that, you know, power on YouTube. But, you know, it can be both a good and a bad thing. Ah, I see. By the way, I don't want to make a mistake. The Sherlock from like 2010 to 2016. That's the BBC Sherlock, right? Because yeah, Sherlock Holmes. Yeah, Sherlock TV show. Come on. Yeah, that is the BBC one. Yeah, like I don't know. I've seen different like video essays on Sherlock, and like again, it's like ultimately what a show means to you and what a piece of media means to you is ultimately up to the individual. Because like you can like something that's awful, you know, that's just like objectively bad, but because it has elements that you appreciate, or it has certain things that you can enjoy, you can see it as like a really wonderful thing. And I'm not just shitting on Sherlock here. I think Sherlock is a very interesting series because I watched it, especially when I was younger. I really loved the BBC Sherlock series as well as Doctor Who. Like, I don't know, if you still ask me to this day, my favorite Doctor is David Tennant, you know? I kind of stopped watching Doctor Who after the 12th Doctor came in, I think. That's Peter Capaldi. I like the 11th Doctor, but like at least to me when the 12th Doctor came in, it felt wrong to me because it was like, you know, he literally like watches a person die and then like doesn't care, and I'm like, that's not the Doctor, you know? Like the Doctor cares about people. He wants to save people in spite of the fact that, you know, they're doomed to die. That even though he's a time traveler who can travel all over the universe and be in, you know, the same place at once 11 different times, or how many iterations there are of himself, you know. Like, you know, like like he still cares, you know? Like in spite of the Doctor not being a human, he is a very human character, and that's what I enjoy about the Doctor. You know, is that he's like this silly Billy who's constantly making jokes and is kind of in a way above humanity, but yet nonetheless connected to humanity. And I feel like that's a very like relatable thing as like a smart person. Oh, now you gotta be emo and cool, which equals no emotions. Who are you, Cloud Strife from Final Fantasy VII? Listen, I used to feel things and I used to be a person, but then I decided that was lame. That was for like little kids, you know? Little kids feel things. I don't feel anything. The only thing I feel is a bunch of money going into my pocket for a job well done. All I feel is the blood and the meat of a monster of my enemy on the end of my blade. And that's what makes me human. Yeah, exactly, you know? Like, the Doctor is obviously some, like, badass sociopath going through the universe, you know? That's why he's called the Doctor, because that's what doctors are known for. They're known for not caring about their patients or for other people, you know? They don't care about harm or doing the right thing or trying to figure out the best solution to help people. They care about being cool and wearing a coat, you know, and having a hot babe to hang out with them. Oh. Exactly. Oh. I know. I will say that's kind of interesting because I remember back when I was in high school, when I tried to read Berserk, I got maybe a few chapters into it, and then I was like, I can't read this, you know, like it's too much for me. Like I can appreciate Berserk from kind of like a uh, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but from like an outside perspective, like I can kind of appreciate what the story is trying to say and the different elements and themes it tackles and ultimately what it means. But like I as an individual just cannot enjoy that, you know? Because I don't like things that make me miserable, you know? Like I very much enjoy things like Red Dead Redemption 2 and various other forms of media that can not only make me cry but also make me laugh and feel joy and feel like, oh, okay, you know, sure, there's wrong, sure, there's evil, sure, there's terrible things in the world, but there, you know, your life is simultaneously the worst thing that's ever happened to you as well as the best thing. And if you don't get the best with the worst, then I don't know. I don't want to just have only the worst and deal with only that. But yeah, I gotta say that that's also interesting that you know, like Berserk is a very big subject in of itself, and there's a lot to talk about with that. But I don't know, I'm surprised you watched a playthrough of Persona 3 and that's what you kind of attribute to not having emotions. I mean, of course, you're probably still having emotions, but you know. It can make you feel very melancholic and depressed because you know, I haven't beaten the original Persona 3 nor Persona 3 Portable, but I have beaten Persona 3 Reload, and I'll be honest, that game left me a little unsatisfied. I will say that is also interesting. I don't know. I could talk about Griffith and Guts dynamic a lot, even though I have, you know, again, I've read maybe like 5 chapters or so, maybe even 4 of the Berserk manga. But I know Berserk or Guts and Griffith's relationship is probably like one of the most interesting parts of Berserk. You know? I don't know, maybe it does, but actually the thing I was going to bring up with Persona 3, because I played through all of Persona 3 Reload, and like, I don't know, I don't want to get too controversial here, but I was really disappointed by the ending. Like, I wasn't disappointed or, like, saddened or, like, oh, this game was all for nothing, because, spoilers for Persona 3 Reload, at the very least, you know, your main character, whatever you have them named, me, for example, my character's name was Fuck Femboy. But, you know, you go through this game, you establish all these relationships, and you get to know all these people, and then at the end, the main character, i.e. you, ends up dying. And I felt like the ending was really disappointing, not because the main character died. I actually really like that, and I think it's a really, like, it's a really bold choice for a game. You know, this game that is kind of ultimately about hope, ultimately about making connections. It's like, I think Persona 4, it encapsulates a lot of the feelings of the Persona games a bit better, and then Persona 5 does as well, but in a different way. You know, where like, Persona 4 is kind of about individualism, meanwhile Persona 5 is about, like, society. You know, I think that's two very interesting things. And no, I have not seen The Answer. I've heard about it, you know, I've heard a few things, but I'm actually waiting for that to come out for Persona 3 Reload before I really examine it and see it. But, like, I think the answer is very much needed for Persona 3. Because my problem with the ending of Persona 3 is that, well, yeah, is that, you know, I don't need an explanation of the ending. Like, I very much get the ending where the main character sacrifices himself. He kind of cuts off death. He seals them away with his own power, but ultimately that comes at a cost to himself and his health, you know? Oh yeah, I'm sure it's really great. But, like, my problem with, like, Persona 3 Reload, at the very least, and I assume Persona 3 is pretty similar in a way, where, like, come on, Horsey. Horsey. You calm down. Calm down, horsey. Calm down. Alright? I'm trying to talk about Persona 3. I know, it's a very upsetting game. It's very sad, but you gotta calm down. You gotta calm the fuck down, horse. Alright? I'm trying to feed you. It's okay. Oh, that's interesting. People, reviewers, critics didn't like the answer for Persona 3. Interesting. I don't know, because again, I think the answer is kind of what I'm missing for Persona 3 at least. Because when Persona 3 just ends with the death of the main character, where it's like, it's not even outright directly stated that the main character dies, but you pick up on it very easily, especially in Persona 3 Reload, where like, you know, you go from like happy times and like really boisterous music to and like pretty colors and like stark and like a lot of contrast in the world to just like this muted tone, like gray world, you know, at the very end of the game. It's like the thing I was missing was like how other people were affected, you know, is that Persona 3 Reload at the very least ends like right before the part I actually give a shit about, you know, because like it's very easy to watch a character die and to kind of see like to be like, oh wow, that's dramatic, but like, you know, kind of going into Red Dead Redemption 2 here, you know, if the game just ended when Arthur Morgan died, it wouldn't be a complete game, you know? You have to see the effect of it, you know? I wanted to see how the other characters were affected by the main character's death, what they do in response, how they deal with their grief. I think there's a lot of, like, there's a lot that can be done with that, and like that would be a really interesting direction for the Persona series to take. But you know, it's like that is of course kind of taken up with the Answer DLC, I presume and assume. But like ultimately, there wasn't enough closure for me. Like it ends suddenly and abruptly, and that's kind of how it ends for the main character, for, you know, our femboy, as I named him. But yeah, like I think it was very much missing that element, you know, where it's like you can't have this like sad, depressing moment and then not show the aftermath of it, you know, not show the effects of it, because like I think that's the really interesting thing, you know, because like I think Persona 4 and Persona 5 both do this, where Persona 5 does this more than Persona 4. I forget if this happens in Persona 4. I mean, there's definitely like fake out deaths in Persona 4, but I don't think it happens with the main character. But like, I don't know, that would be such an interesting element to see how, you know, when like you have the core, when you have the leader, you know, the one who ends up leaving, the one who ends up dying, and then seeing how that affects everybody. I don't know, I think it's a really interesting thing. Like, again, Persona 4 goes in a different direction where, you know, like, everybody sort of separates, but then they come back a year later, and they're all on their own individual paths, and that's kind of much more relatable to a high school experience, you know? Where once you get out of high school, you know, you and your friends kind of go your separate ways. Like, some you might go to college with, some you might maintain a relationship with, but like ultimately you kind of separate. But it's nice when you can all get back together and you can look back on the fond times and make new memories together, you know? Yeah, like, I don't know, I understand why the game ended where it ended. Like, I think it's not a bad ending, you know? I just personally didn't like it. I wanted more out of it, you know? Because, like, you know, eventually along the way, reading different stuff about Persona 3 and seeing different stuff, like, you know, I knew the main character was gonna die before they died, but I was like waiting for like, well, what happens after that? And it's just like, oh no, the main character dies and that's it. And it's like, you know, it's realistic in a way, but ultimately it's unsatisfying, you know? Because like, again, even with like with Red Dead Redemption 2, like it like Arthur's death is made all the more significant and all the more important by how he affected other people before he died, you know? And seeing them like years later kind of still stuck in this grief, stuck in this like pattern of who they were and what they were, unable to kind of escape themselves, in a way escape Arthur Morgan and his influence that he had on them, is a really interesting thing, you know? Yeah, exactly, you know? Forget about art, forget about feelings, forget about emotions. What can we do to get you to spend more money? Hey, listen, we'll hook you in. And then once we got our hook in you, ooh, that's when we're gonna start reeling you in. We're gonna reel you in, and then we got you, we caught you. But then, you know, instead of killing you, skinning you, flaying you alive, cooking you up on the stove, and making a nice, beautiful meal out of you, we're gonna grab you, and then we're gonna put you back in the lake. And it's like, no, don't put me back in the lake. I was interested. All right, I took the bait. I'm hooked. You got me. Don't throw me back. What do you mean? What do you mean it's over? What do you mean I fought for my life? I fought for everything. I did all I could to be the best I could, and I still lost in the end. And now you're just gonna throw me back? Now you're gonna tell me everything I did, all that I changed, all that I affected was for naught? It's all for nothing? It's like, yeah, it was. Pay me more money, fuckface. And it's like, fine, I'll pay you money. Just fucking do more, asshole. Don't leave me high and dry, alright? Or in this case, wet and disappointed. See, you can go, huh? But that's exactly the reaction I want. Sorry, I'm thinking more and more about this like fish metaphor, where like I'm the fish, and the developers, the makers of a game, are the fishermen, you know. What do you mean YouTube wants the stream to be PG-13? YouTube has you know, brought out the ability to have your stream or your video be 18 plus if need be. Alright? There's nothing wrong with being wet. Nothing crazy, nothing sexual about that. Unless you make it that way. And that's on you. Alright, me? I'm wet. I'm wild. I'm ready and willing and able. And you take from that what you will. Alright? You want to look at it with a dirty mind, you can. But me, I got a clean mind. I have a pure heart. That I just want to be filled, you know? Just like I want other parts of me to be filled. Or I want to fill other people with my parts. Can you tell I've had a good amount of wine?
Slow up now.
Oh, I like wine, man. Wine's great. See, wine's nice because it's much more of a, I don't know, it's much more of like a clean drunk, you know? Like you drink wine, and I don't know, it's like, take for example, if you have like a bottle of liquor, and you just take that bottle of liquor and you like down the whole thing, like that fucks you up. That makes you feel bad. You take a bottle of wine, you chug that whole thing, and you feel great. You feel good. All right. I don't know how PG-13 it is, folks, but you know, if you're of age or you're able to get alcohol, I don't know how you would, you know. Maybe you're like me and you have a big old beard and you can just walk into a certain kind of store and buy certain kinds of products and nobody really bats an eye.
Okay.
Which, by the way, I gotta say, as somebody who lives in America, like, this is a completely unrelated thing, but it's something I truly hate to see, and like I got really annoyed on TikTok, is when you would see like fucking like people who work at vape shops, and they would like get annoyed when, like, you know, teenagers would come in and try to buy like fucking weed or whatever the hell. Cause like, I don't know, it's so funny to me where it's just like, it's like, yeah, man, that's your job, you know? Your job is to turn teenagers away, and then teenagers go, well, fuck you, fine, I'll go to a different place, or I'll call up my cool older friend who will buy this for me. It's like, yeah, cool, man, go ahead and do that, you know? I'm sorry, but I can't sell you this thing without an ID. And it's like, you know, I'm not saying that I've ever done this, but, you know, before I was 21, you know, it's not like I ever went into different vape shops and eventually found one that would give me what I wanted. Because, like, I don't know, man. Like, say what you will about Trump, which I will, which the guy was a piece of shit, a scam artist, a billionaire, and just an awful person. But, like, for me, the worst thing he ever did was just be like, oh, hey, fuck you, kids. Trying to buy tobacco and other stuff. You can't do that until you're 21. Because, you know, I gotta pretend like I'm a conservative and not a fucking psychopath.
Good luck, my friend. Let's try something new.
Yeah, exactly. Like, but like, I don't hear, like, the thing that annoys me about it is not like, you know, people like following the law or not wanting to get in trouble. Like, hey, that's fine. Like, if you want to card everybody that comes into your business, like, that's fine. But like, I don't think you should. It's your place to get annoyed at people who like are kind of reasonably upset when they go into a place and they want to get a thing and then they can't get a thing. Like, I feel like it's a very natural human reaction, and to like, I don't know, you could argue it's also a natural human reaction to get upset about somebody getting upset about something, but it's like, you know, you like, there's a difference between somebody like, say, doing damage to a store or causing like a big fuss, and then somebody just being like, hey, can I get this thing? And they're like, oh yeah, sure thing. Oh hey, sorry, I gotta see your ID. And then they're like, oh fuck you, man. And it's like, you know, obviously they're not of age to buy this thing, but it's just like, I don't know, take that shit in stride, man. That's your fucking job, you know. Like, I had a job where I had to deal with shitty customers. And you wanna know what I did? I didn't, like, you know, I didn't complain about the shitty customers or, like, throw up a fuss at the time, you know? Because, like, my favorite bit, when I used to work in the, like, customer service jobs, was, like, you know, in spite of the fact that even though I've been, like, working at this place for, like, a month, anytime that, like, a customer annoyed me, I just hit them with the good old, oh, hey, sorry, I'm new here. Let me go find somebody that can help you. Because, like, I would genuinely hit people with that when, like, I'm like, oh, hey, sorry, I don't know how to help you. Let me go find somebody. Let me talk to my manager and let me get somebody that can actually help you. But my favorite bit was to say that and then just take my break. Just go fuck off to some other part of the store and be like, hey, you were rude to me, so now I'm not going to help you. Find somebody else.
Yeah, I didn't set it right.
Oh, yeah. And again, I totally get being like upset with that, or like if somebody's genuinely being like volatile and toxic and terrible when you're just like telling them the truth of the matter of like, oh, hey, sorry, you know, like honestly, I would love to sell you this alcohol to go, or you know, would love to do this, but you know, unfortunately, legally, I can't. And then if somebody gets like genuinely mad at you and is not just like, "Ugh, fine, whatever," because like I don't know, I remember I did that because again, you know, for legal reasons, this is not a real thing I've ever done. But like I've gone into like vape shops and been like, oh, hey, can I get that thing? And they're like, oh, hey, yeah, sure, can I scan your ID? And I've occasionally hit them with the, oh, I don't have my ID on me. And they're like, well, sorry, I can't sell this to you. And I'm like, oh, that's all right. Or one time I did hit them with the classic, oh, here's my ID. And then they scanned it and they're like, oh, sorry, you're not 21. I can't sell this to you. And I'm like, oh, we're still not operating under the 18-year-olds can buy tobacco products and stuff. And they're like, nah, sorry, man, I can't. And I'm like, yeah, that's all right. I'll go to a place that'll actually sell me something. And, and then I remember one guy who was like behind the counter at this vape shop was like, you're not going to find a place that's going to sell you something. And I'm like, yeah, sure, man. Sure. Sure I won't. You're 100% right about that. I don't know why you feel the need to argue with me about it, but hey, go ahead and argue with me about it, man. I will give my money to a different business that doesn't fucking ask for my ID. In this hypothetical, theoretical situation. Because, like, again, you know, it is like a spiteful little remark to be like, oh, well, I'll just go somewhere else then. I'll take my business elsewhere. And then it's like, I don't know, it's on you as the employee to not engage with that. Because again, I've had terrible experiences. Like one of my favorite stories when I was a delivery driver was like I literally got warned before I went up before I delivered to this guy, where like my manager told me, it's like, hey, by the way, this guy you're gonna deliver to, he's an asshole. All right, he's just gonna fuck with you and he's gonna be an asshole. And I'm like, oh yeah, okay. Hey, I'm ready for that. And it was so funny because like I think this guy, like, you know, I don't want to make too many judgments on this man because obviously he leads a sad and pathetic life to be doing this with his time. But like he's obviously this divorced piece of shit scumbag dad, and he. And like when the delivery goes fine initially. Like I give him his food, I like hand him a check to sign, and then he like kind of holds the check for a while and doesn't give it back to me. And he points out a tricycle that's on his lawn, and he like I'm literally quoting him here. He goes, "Is that your fucking bike?" And he's pointing to like a little kid's tricycle. And I'm in customer service mode, so I automatically just go, no, sir, that's not my bike. And he goes, well, that was your bike. You have to fucking pick it up, right? I'd be like, yes, sir, I would have to pick that up. And then he gets confused. Like he's never met somebody who can handle people fucking with them. Because, like, you can't fuck with me, man. Deep down, I don't give a shit about you. I never will, and you can never make me care. But, like, eventually after him trying to fuck with me and just not succeeding, he literally says to me, he's like, you know I'm fucking with you, right? And I go, yes, sir. You have a wonderful night now. And I got the check and I fucking left. This is, like, one of my greatest moments as a delivery driver. Oh yeah, it was nice of my manager to warn me. But just, I don't know, it's just so funny because it's like, hey, look man, again, I'm sorry you have a sad life. I'm sorry you're obviously divorced and you're trying to take your anger out on random delivery and random service workers, random delivery drivers that come to your house, man. But like, I don't care. I'm probably a little high doing this job because all delivery drivers are kind of a little high because it's a fucking nothing, miserable, pathetic job that anybody can do. Not that like the individuals who work these jobs are pathetic, but it's just like, you know, it's seen as a very like low class job, you know? Because like before I was a delivery driver, I was a dishwasher. And you ever want to feel like shit? Become a dishwasher. Because, like, working in a restaurant already fucking sucks. You have to deal with, like, shitty customers. You have to deal with, like, chefs. You have to deal with all these different problems. But then, like, you know, as a dishwasher, you kind of get to deal with, like, the worst problems. And then you have, like, nothing else. Like, all your job is to clean dishes, and it's fucking dehumanizing, you know? Oh yeah, it is dangerous too, and that's very unfortunate. Not necessarily dishwashing, but working at restaurants or even delivery driving. Because, like, again, it's kind of funny that, like, you know, again, this guy who's, like, clearly fucking with me, and he's, like, swearing at me, you know? Like, again, when I'm quoting him, he's, like, he's like, putting on this, like, angry face, and he's like, you know you have to pick up that fucking bike, right? And it's like, oh, I've never heard anyone swear at me, you know? I've never played an online game and be called a myriad of slurs, you know? It's like, oh no, somebody fucking swore. Oh, look at me piss my fucking pants like a little baby. But, but still, nonetheless, like, that guy didn't make me feel uncomfortable. Like, I was never like, oh no, I'm in danger. But, like, the most uncomfortable I felt as a delivery driver was when, like, I had, like, people be like problem customers, like genuinely. Like that guy was just fucking around and was just kind of like obviously a sad piece of shit. But like, you know, the most uncomfortable I felt was like when I had to go into people's houses to deliver their food, you know? Like that made me feel uncomfortable more than anything else. Because again, I was just talking to the guy outside of his house, you know? Like, he was pointing to his tricycle that's on his kid's tricycle that's on the front yard. And, like, I don't, you know, I don't really care about that. But like when I've had people be like, oh, come in the house, come on, go right ahead. That's what made me feel uncomfortable. And it's like, that's where I get to really appreciate my privilege as a man, you know? Where it's like, if I was a woman, I wouldn't go in any fucking stranger's house. Are you kidding me? But, like, because I'm a man, I'm relatively safe going into somebody else's home. You know? Yeah, exactly. You know? Because, like, again, like, the people's houses I went into, they weren't, like, bad people. Like, you know, like, one person was, you know, again, no offense to this person, but they were, like, a severely overweight person that, like, physically was unable to kind of come to the door, and I was like, okay, I'll come in, but I'm not comfortable doing this. And then like another guy whose house I went into that I felt uncomfortable doing so. Because, like, that was, like, a thing as a delivery driver. Like, part of my very brief training was, like, hey, don't go in people's houses, you know? Like, you don't have to do that. You just have to be outside their door, and if they ask you to come in their house, you don't have to do that, you know? But, like, because I'm doing a job, I'm like, well, I guess I have to go in this person's house. Because, like, again, it was that one person, and then they were, like, they were very particular about the receipt, because like the way the receipts worked at the place I worked, where you would have like two receipts, you know. You would have one that they sign and they add the tip to, and that's the one you take back to the restaurant, and then they have another one that's like directly underneath that for themselves. And like this person had the receipt, but they were like, I don't have my individual receipt, and like, can you come back and give me the receipt? And it's like, I gave you the receipt. If you don't have the receipt, that's on you. You lost it. And and like that was a bit of an awkward situation, but ultimately it was fine. And then like another guy who was just like kind of a pseudo like wealthy person was like, "Oh, come in, put the pizza down on the counter there." And I was just like, "Why are you making me come into your house? I don't want to come into your house, man. I just want to hand you your fucking pizza, and then you sign the thing, and you know, if you want to go back and be like, oh, okay, let me go put the pizza down and I'll come back, like, that's fine. I'll stand outside your fucking door. I don't want to come in your house. All right, your house is your house. It's not mine. I don't want to come in. I'm no guest." Yeah, but I don't know. At least for me, it's very easy to do customer service, because like I don't know. It might be a little degrading to say this, but it's just being a robot, you know. It's just going like, yes sir, yes ma'am, or you know, if you don't know the person's gender, you're just like, oh yeah, sure thing, or you know, you just try to be as polite as possible. Gotta say, always loved, particularly when I was working at Blue Home Depot. That was like my third job. I don't know. I'm trying to remember all the jobs I had, because my first job I was a dishwasher, and that was miserable and terrible, and I fucking hated that job. Still hate that job, even to this day. Fuck that job and fuck my manager. That guy was a piece of shit. Which like specifically the head manager, because like any manager who was not the head manager was so much more reasonable and nice and kind, and was like an actual human being. Meanwhile, the head manager was like, whoa, hey, we have rules and we have policies here, all right? We have a way of doing things. And it's like the guy was a fucking asshole. But yeah, I was a dishwasher, then I was a delivery driver, and then I'm trying to remember. I don't think I had a job in between. I then worked at Blue Home Depot, i.e. Lowe's, and then I worked as a grocery stalker. I worked like the night shift, where like I would come in after hours, after the store had closed, and then I would work basically until like 6 a.m. or 6 or 7 a.m. when the store would open. So like, you know, I would leave just as people were coming in. It was kind of funny, because like particularly for my delivery driver and for my Lowe's job, I had to like do the customer service thing. But like as a dishwasher and as like a stalker, I didn't have to do the customer service thing, which is both a benefit and kind of a detriment. Because like even though it is somewhat fake, like I don't know, my best memories of working at Lowe's are when I actually helped people. You know, like I remember there was like one old lady who came in who she thought I was like another guy with long hair who worked at Home Depot. And she was like, "Oh, are you Jeremy?" And I'm like, "No, ma'am, I'm Liam. But how can I help you?" And she's like, "Oh, sorry, I have this thing. I don't remember what she said, but she had some kind of disease or medical condition where it made it hard for her to like carry things. She was like, well, would you mind pushing my groceries and loading them into my car? And I'm like, no, ma'am, not at all. I would love to help you. And I'm like, those are my best memories working at those places, when I actually like helped people, because like there were of course some people who were awful and I didn't want to help. And so I would hit them with the, oh, I'm so sorry, sir, because it was always a sir. It was never, I never got like a mean woman coming up to me. It was always men. And I would just be like, oh, I'm sorry, sir, I'm new here, I don't know what to do. Let me go find somebody that can help you. And then I would just fuck off somewhere else. And be like, good luck. I'm not helping you. I'm not finding someone to help you. Yeah, that's very true. Old people, it's kind of funny because usually it's very much like it's like one or the other. It's very I don't know. It's usually rare if you get like a neutral old person, but even then, if you have like an old person that like isn't mean nor nice, like that's good. That's a good interaction. I will take that over like somebody being mean every single time. like like if you just come in and you get what you want and you're like and you're like, oh hey, I wanted some extra sauce, or it's like, oh, I was expecting another thing, or like I didn't get this thing delivered, it's like, hey, that's fine. But then if you're like, well, you didn't have the right attitude, young man, it's like, fuck off. Die, old man. I mean, definitely the worst is I didn't experience it very much. But the worst is when people like actually try to scam. I will say being a delivery driver was interesting. Because you meet all sorts of people. I remember one guy who I delivered to. I delivered like just a pizza, and it was maybe like, I don't know, like 12 or 13 bucks. It was not very expensive, but like I delivered this individual to this guy. And he like came out, and I forget if there was like a woman hanging out in the background, or it was sort of just implied by his demeanor and how he was acting, but like he had just got done doing the deed, having sex, as I might say explicitly. And so like on this like $10 or $12 pizza or however much it was, he gave me like a $7 tip. And it was like talking to the girl or whatever, and he's like, oh, I got the pizza, and like it was a little bit of a weird interaction, but like ultimately I was like, hey, I'll take that $7 tip. That's not bad. Because again, it's not like he was like, like, oh man, I just got done doing, he wasn't a creep about it. It was just like, he came out, he was like in a bathrobe or something. Like, I forget if he had like his shirt off or whatever. Again, this happened years ago, and I barely remember because, again, I would never do this, but most minimum wage shitty jobs I've worked, you kind of have to be stoned in order to not feel like fucking blowing your brains out when you're working these jobs. I don't know. Maybe it's just me, but I don't know. If you're a dishwasher and you can get through that shit without a little bit of THC, like, hey, good on you. You're better than me. Because, like, on the days when I would go into work and, like, I wouldn't have anything to help me through it, I'd just be fucking miserable. Because it's just like, this is such a shit fucking job. I'm the only one fucking doing this. Nobody fucking gives a shit about me. This is an awful fucking job. I get no thanks. I get nothing out of this. All I get is fucking wet and tired and fucking bruised and calloused hands. And all for what? So people can have fucking plates so they eat their fucking pizza? Fuck you. Fuck you and your fucking plate. Fuck this pizza place, man. Yeah, exactly. And me, if I'm doing a substance, I'm sticking to good old THC. You know, I'm not doing anything extreme. Like I'm not getting drunk on the job. I'm not doing anything like that. I'm doing something where I'm still functional. You know, because like I don't know, again, that like that's always been a thing with me. Like I've never once ever like driven or gotten into a car with somebody like who has been drinking excessively. You know, like I've hung out with my parents where like, they'll have a drink at dinner and then drive home, and it's like, yeah, that's fine. You know, they have like, one beer or like a glass of wine or something like that. You know, nothing extreme. But it's like I'll never get behind the wheel either with somebody or in myself individually if I've been drinking at all alcohol. But like being high and driving, that's a different story. Not that I would ever do that, theoretically, hypothetically, of course. I will say though, again, I've never done this, but theoretically, if I were to be a little bit of a stoner as I was washing dishes in the kitchen, like the best part of of getting done with work and getting out was like the drive back home, because you just get to chill out, you get to hit your thing, and then you get to just like listen to music and have a nice relaxing drive, especially because it's late at night and there's like nobody on the road, so it's just like easy driving and and it's just like a fun thing to do. I don't know, those are always my favorite moments, just like blasting music on the way home, driving home, and then getting home, getting out of my fucking wet, dirty work clothes, slipping into like a pair of pajamas, and then just enjoying my life after not enjoying it for several fucking hours. Okay, that's pretty good. Also, wait, are you being sarcastic? Oh yeah, yeah. I see the emoji now. I wasn't sure what emoji you had there, because like $5 on an $85 meal, that's fucking rough, man. Like, don't get me wrong. I like as somebody who doesn't have a fucking job, I feel bad ordering stuff and not giving like a big tip. Like I always try to give at least like 10%, you know? Like I'm like, "Hey, sorry. I've been in your position before, you know. I wish I could give you more, but, I kind of can't." But yeah, I always try to tip like 10% minimum, you know, every time. It really should be 20%, but like, 20% is for people who have disposable income. I don't fucking have disposable income. I don't have any income. I haven't had income for years. I'm fucked. The only thing I'll say about that before we I get too depressing here is that I'm very fortunate to have parents that love me and allow me to live in their house in spite of the fact that I don't have a real fucking job or any kind of income or any sort of prospects. And hey, look at me, I've got all my honor.
Come on, pal.
Okay. I mean, you know, 15% can be good and can be bad. All depends on the order. Like, I don't know, again, I had to unfortunately quit my delivery driving job, but I like delivery driving. It was pretty good. Oh yeah. Yeah, honestly, I don't think I could ever be a actual like waiter or waitress or whatever. Like, my full respect and condolences for people that end up doing that job. Because like the delivery driving is easy. Like, you know, it's just driving from point A to point B. Hey, here's your thing. Here's you know, the thing you gotta sign. All right, cool, great, see ya. And then you get to leave. You know. Meanwhile, like as a server, you gotta go up to people and you gotta like be like, oh, what do you want? Oh, okay, you want this, you want that, okay, all right, awesome, and then you know, and you gotta like pretend the whole time that you give a shit, you know. That's why delivery driving was so easy for me, you know, because like again, I can put on the customer service persona, but it is. At least for me, ultimately, at the end of the day. Unless, again, I'm, like, genuinely helping somebody. Like, if somebody comes up to me and is like, hey, can you help me out with this thing? I'm like, oh, yeah, sure. Like, I love helping people. But, like, to go up to people and to be like, oh, haha, your unfunny joke is so hilarious. Wow, that's awesome. All right, hey, cool. Can you tell me what you fucking want so I can fucking get it for you, fuckface? Like, I could never do that. Oh, yeah. I always found the concept of, like, hiding cash tips to be kind of funny. Because, like, I don't know, at least for me, I don't know, never in my life have I made enough money to not get money back from the government, you know? Like, I've never, like, filed my taxes and been like, oh, hey, you actually gotta pay the government some money. Instead, it's like, oh, hey, actually, turns out you're so much of a poor, broke little bitch that we, the government, owe you a bit of money. Here, have fucking $100. It's like, thanks, government. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, Uncle Sam. Appreciate it. Thanks for stealing my fucking money from me and then giving it back to me. And forcing me to fucking pay for a service to be like, oh, hey, actually, we have to give you money back because you're such a fucking poor piece of shit. Yeah, yeah, I honestly really hate that because, like, you know, again, I don't mind, like, very polite surface level conversation. But it's like, especially when you work in the customer service side of things, like, you recognize how much of that is just, like, like, again, it's like being a fucking robot, you know? You just have to say the automated right responses to people, you know? Oh, that's funny. But yeah, no, it can be really great to talk to some people when you have like a real conversation. But it's like, I don't know, it's like I really hate the like completely unaware person who is just like they feel like it's like, oh, it's a privilege for you to talk to me, and like, no, it's fucking not. I'm working a job here, asshole. Stop wasting my damn time. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I was briefly a pizza delivery driver at another place. But I literally only worked there, like, one day, and then they, like, never called me back or scheduled me, and I was like, fine. Because, believe it or not, I don't know if you could tell, I don't like having a fucking job. It kind of fucking sucks. Because, like, if we actually lived in a just society where things were great and everybody was doing well, like, I would love to have a job. Because I love to help people. I genuinely want to do that. But it's hard to, like, find a job where, like, you actually are helping people. And, like, not just, like, catering to rich folks so that way they can give you a fucking penance. And it's like, like, that was probably the most depressing thing about working at Lowe's. Is that, you know, like, I'm just some poor guy still living with my parents at, like, 20 years old. And meanwhile, here are, like, fucking 30-year-olds coming in and being like, alright, I want to spend $100,000 on my house. And I want, like, a million different fucking things. And you're going to be the one to carry all these individual bits of tile. I worked in the flooring department, so I had to do a lot of heavy lifting. And, like, like, one of my first weeks working at Lowe's, I had to fucking throw mulch into the back of people's cars, and it's just like, it feels fucking awful after a while. And in fact, actually, I threw so much mulch into the back of people's cars, my arms went out. Because, like, I could feel my arms getting tired, because I am, believe it or not, me, Mr. Gamer, am not the most physically athletic man in the world. So after, like, 2 or 3 hours of throwing mulch into the back of people's trucks, eventually my arms just straight up gave out, and I was like, I can't throw any more fucking mulch. I'm done. My arms are done. I can't do it. Oh, that's really nice to hear. I mean, you know, volunteering at an elderly home and getting, and having that be fulfilling. Not the manual labor thing. Sorry, did you work at a morgue? Like, why are you lifting up cadavers? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but by cadaver you mean a dead body, right? Damn. Kind of unrelated, but you just reminded me of a song called Dead Weight by Jack Stauber. I don't know if you ever heard of Jack Stauber. Oh, actually, that reminds me of a funny story. Sorry, I'm going to tell this now. Where, I really like Jack Stauber. If you don't know him, he's a YouTuber who does kind of like weird claymation stuff. Like, it's kind of creepy, kind of surreal, but a lot of his stuff is really interesting. And, like, I don't know, I love a lot of his work. So much so I ended up buying like 2 t-shirts from him. I bought one with like Pop Food, which is one of his albums that I really like. And I bought another one that said created by Jack Stauber, and it's kind of like in the Adult Swim font. And I just kind of liked how it looked. And one time on a delivery job, I was wearing that shirt where it said created by Jack Stauber. And some guy I was delivering to was like, oh, created by Jack Stauber. Is that guy your father? And I was like, yeah, man. Because I'm not going to explain to him, like, the YouTuber Jack Stauber and why I have this t-shirt. And I'm just like, yeah, Jack Stauber, that's my dad, man. Oh, man. Oh, wow. Well, yeah. I mean, cadavers are people who've donated their bodies, but I think cadaver can just refer to like any kind of dead person. Honestly, that'd be a pretty great shirt. Oh. I don't know. I'm not sure what kind of shirt I would have, because I am an American. I'm an American boy. But but like my mom's family is Irish, and my dad himself, who I don't have a great relationship with, you know, we don't have to get into that. But I'll just say this: my stepdad has been more of a dad to me than my dad will ever be. You know, like if I'm like talking about my dad in a positive light, I'm talking about my stepdad. But my dad himself is Scottish, so I'm Scot-Irish. So like really the only joke I can make is that, you know, I was born to drink alcohol. All right. This is one thing I can do. I can process and have a good time with booze. Oh yeah. But you know, I know again like I was kind of mentioning this earlier in the live stream. Ooh. Oh. I will say sorry to hear that, but you know, that can be a good thing sometimes because again, like people can have a very unhealthy relationship with alcohol. And like again, as I'm sure you can probably tell and infer, I am a bit intoxicated at the moment, but I know I always like to know my limits. Like I've never gotten blackout drunk, you know. I've been hungover a very few amount of times in my life where I've just had too much and just didn't have enough water or anything like that, but a majority of the time I'm always trying to, you know, like have a good balance with it. Ah, okay. You see, that's the fortunate thing about me is that do I probably come from a long line of alcoholics? Hell yeah, I do. But you know what? I am no alcoholic, and I have a great tolerance. But also, you have to know your limits. You can't go overboard. Ooh. Because if you do, something like that happens.
Okay, fella.
And the worst thing I'm gonna do is hurt a virtual horse in a video game, which is gonna make me cry. When you know, I'd rather do that than say get into a car accident and murder a family of 4. You know, always be safe. Never drink and drive. Alright, eating is a good thing. I don't know. It's kind of weird because, like, in spite of you know, my family history and what have you, like I as an individual have struggled a lot with nausea. Like, especially when I was younger, I used to have really bad nausea and I used to get sick a lot. It was really awful. So I think in part of that's what kind of helps me limit getting too drunk, is because if I do get too drunk and I'm like, oh man, my head is spinning, I'm gonna end up, you know, throwing it all back up and being like, well, this isn't making me feel good. Well, there it goes out of my body, which, you know, can be both good and a bad thing. Because again, the act of, you know, puking up your guts is never a fun thing, but I don't know. I've never done it and not felt better afterwards. Of course, you know, it is like sometimes an excruciating, painful 5 minutes where your body is just retching up everything it can and just rejecting the kind of one natural thing all humans have to do, which is eat. And it's just like, oh hey, we're doing the opposite of that today.
Yeah, you all right there, boy?
That's no fun, but Jesus Christ, I gotta pay more attention. Now that crash, I would say the crash earlier was because of my drinking. That one was because I was looking at my phone. I had my phone up. All right, don't text and drive, folks.
Okay there, boy?
All right. Anyway, I do feel a little bit bad. I don't know how long I've been playing Red Dead Redemption, but I have not actually played any actual Red Dead Redemption. I've just kind of been talking. But hey, I will say that that's why I like getting drunk. Is I get very talky and I get very honest when I'm drunk. You know, it's like some people might be the opposite. They might be kind of antisocial when they're drunk, and not me, man. Like me, I really want to talk to people. Normally, I'm antisocial. But when I get drunk, I'm like, I want to talk to somebody, you know? I want to connect. Because it's fun. It's human.
Easy now.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, speaking of talking, I think we're going to talk to two individuals here. So, let's see how that goes.
Hey, mister. Oh, hey, friend.
You boys don't look so fresh.
We ain't.
I think we're dying, friend.
We ate some bad mushrooms.
Bad business, sure.
It's been real tough, partner.
So it seems.
I hate to ask, but we need some medicine. Kind of fast.
Medicine?
Yeah, look at us. Look at me. And he's worse than he looks.
Oh.
And he looks like shit. He ain't gonna last 3 days. And me, I ain't well. Not at all.
Not at all.
I'm begging you, partner. Why? I told you you'd help us. I told you, did I?
You did. You told me. You told me a lot of things.
We're gonna be all right, buddy.
Are we?
Well, physically. Drink this.
I'll give it to Black first.
No, give it to White.
No.
Drink this and
Take
shut
it.
up.
Thank you.
Oh, that's good stuff.
But listen, I reckon you boys should get on out of here. Maybe split up. Head up north or overseas. They don't like groups of men. I know.
I hear you, boss. It's time. Oh, once we're better.
Oh, yeah, well, I agree. I mean, I can't wait to be rid of you. Embarrassing.
Embarrassing?
Yeah, you're an embarrassment.
Well, be embarrassed no more. Get back to where folks like you, and I'll go where they like me.
I shall.
Oh, shut up, will you?
With pleasure.
Oh, I love those two fellas. Aww. I maxed out my honor by helping them out. That's sweet. But yeah, I don't know, I gotta say that's something I really appreciate about Rockstar, and kind of you can see this progression in their games where they kind of get more progressive and understanding as they go on. But hell, even in like some of their games, they're very accepting, like earlier games of theirs. Oh. Hey, no worries, Lily. Best of luck with whatever you're doing, whether it be, you know, working at a restaurant, or moving around cadavers, or doing homework, or writing essays, you know, or just going to bed and sleeping. Best of luck to you. Thanks for tuning in. Always appreciate having you around. Having somebody to talk to. But hey, you know, it's a shame to see you go, but it's great to know because now I can take a little break and, you know, maybe pour myself another drink and maybe do the opposite of drink. I'm gonna use the restroom. So, peace out. Have a good night. Don't know if you're still here, but, you know, thanks for watching. And, wish you the best in whatever you're doing. Anyway, I'll be back in a little bit. I got business to attend to. Hello, hello. Welcome on back to me being a silly Billy. Alright. Now, I am gonna help Dutch out here in spite of everything. You're just gonna have to give me a minute. Get older. Alright, hold on. Two things. And let me just do a little checkarooski here. Alright, cool. You'll love to see it. I don't know, if you're like me, some antisocial weirdo, you'll love to see a big fat fucking goose egg when, you know, people are watching you. Because you can say something like the C word. Cracker. Nah, just kidding with you, gamer. That's a dumb fucking word and anybody can say cracker. Alright? Anybody, anywhere, anytime. I do not give a shit. Now, the other C word, the fun one, that means vagina, pussy. Man, that was a strong pussy. I heard that one fucking reverberate, you know? just like any snatch I get my hands on. any twat. Alright, yeah, anyway. Sorry, I will apologize there. I meant to say twat, okay? Twat is how you say that word, you know? T-W-A-T. But yeah, I will say the British, they got one pronunciation right, and that's twat. Anybody who says twat as an American, you're a prick. Fuck you. Just say cunt, you pussy. All right. That's what you mean, right? Mean what you say and say what you mean. If you genuinely, unironically say twat, I don't know, you're a piece of shit. You're a fucking dick. You're a prick, and you're a piece of shit. Alright? Yeah, anyway. Here's a fun little fact about what's gonna happen here, right now. And that is, of course, you know, sometimes in life, there's a wine that's been in your fridge for a long time. And sometimes it's on you to drink this bottle of wine because nobody else will. I'm going to keep the bottle because the bottle is great. But, let's see. Yeah, so, fun fact, that this wine I'm about to pour into my wine glass is called 19 Crimes, Cali Rose, and it's Snoop Dogg's wine. If you don't know Snoop Dogg, maybe you know Snoop Lion or whatever he goes by, but, you know, this wine has sat in our fridge for literal years. Like, it's a 2020 wine. I don't know how long it's been in there. But the other day when I was having a bit of a good time, I was like, ooh, let me have some of this. And it was pretty good. And I'm still having a good time, so... Sorry, don't mind all the bumps and the noises you hear. I'm trying to figure out a good place to put this wine bottle because I don't want to put it on the floor, because if I do, I know I'm going to kick it over. Pretty good wine. Ugh.
Yep.
But yeah, it falls to me to drink this wine, and I will. And I'm gonna fucking hit the spliff. I'm gonna take a big ol' inhale of the Benjamin, as some of the young folks, some of the youth may say. You want something kind of funny? I'm pretty sure the flavor for this is like purple lemonade. And every time I hit this, I kind of want to play The Wolf Among Us again. Because I think when I was playing The Wolf Among Us, I was either having a THC cart of the same kind or very similar variety. Like, it might have been lemonade something or lemon something. And it's pretty good. Pretty good. And you might think I might be a little biased because, you know, my name is PostModernLemon. And yeah, you'd be kind of right. But, I don't know, I genuinely love, I love lemon-flavored things. I also love sour-flavored things. Even if they fuck me up a good little bit. But they fuck me up right. They fuck me up proper. And, let's see here. How long have I been live streaming for? Almost 4 hours. That is crazy. Oh, man. I also hang out on the main menu for a while before I actually start talking. It's kind of funny. I also start off with a little bit of a southern drawl, a little bit of a southern accent that I obviously don't have. Because, I mean, don't get me wrong, I am a Florida man, born and raised in Florida, the fucking single-handedly worst state in the entire goddamn country. I will not be debating you on this. If you want to argue that there's a state worse than Florida, then I'm sorry, partner. You're barking up the wrong tree. Alright? You're backing the wrong dog in this fight, because I'll tell you what, I will fight a dog to the death, because I am a goddamn Florida man. Alright? I ain't afraid of no goddamn gator, but you wanna know what I fucking hate? Goddamn humidity in the air. Makes it so goddamn hot. Alright? Before I left Florida, I didn't even know what a pair of pants was. I thought shorts were the only option. I mean, why the hell would you wear anything else? It'd just be unnecessarily hot. What do you mean you want to cover your thick thighs and your fat legs because you're insecure about your own body? What are you, some kind of pussy? What are you, some kind of fucking northerner from past the equator? It's funny because Florida is above the equator, but it's near the equator. Florida is above the equator, right? That is a genuine question I have. Hold on, equator map. Yeah, equator line. Show me. Yep. Okay. Yep. Florida is well and above the equator. But yeah. I don't know. I'll tell you what. You know, I sound like what I sound like normally, but wouldn't it be better if I sounded like this normally? You know, I mean, I can't really keep a consistent accent. That is one thing I've discovered. Even with all my other accents I may or may not do on occasion, I can never maintain them for long. Like, I mean, always my real accent is going to slip out, it's going to come out. You're going to be like, oh, I know that boy. That boy ain't from the fucking South. He ain't from, I don't know, Tennessee, Tallahassee, or, no, you would say he's from Tallahassee because I'm a Florida boy. But, I mean, I'm not even from Tallahassee. I'm from, like, a small town in Florida. So, that's why I sound like this. I don't sound like something else. Or somebody else, I guess. But, yeah, wow. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and start up this next mission. So, yeah.
Easy there. Yeah.
So good of you to join us.
What's going on?
Rebellion. The smell of cordite and integrity. It is a beautiful thing.
What are y'all doing?
An eye for an eye. We didn't start this, Arthur. They did.
We? This ain't our fight.
It surely is.
Whatever it is you're planning, it ain't a good idea. They want you to fight.
Nobody will be killed.
We're just gonna trap a few of them in the valley, disarm them, tar and feather them, and remind them to leave these boys alone.
You have energy for pranks?
Come on, Arthur. Just tweaking Uncle Sam's nose a little. I need you to help me. Besides, it's perfect. People will see these boys. They won't notice us, and they'll think we're gone. Everyone will blame everything on the Indian problem, and we'll disappear up the river. But first, we need to trap them in this pass. Help me dynamite up these trees.
So, you're using them?
No, sir. No. Never. But it is mutually beneficial to draw attention to one problem and avail over another.
These are good people, but their situation is real complex. We ain't helping them.
Sure we are. Come on, let's get this done.
We don't have a lot of time. The patrol should be coming in a few minutes.
Okay. Hurry, Arthur. I'll plant the dynamite, you run the wire.
We'll keep lookout from up here.
You know, I gotta say, this is kind of an interesting thing, because lately I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, and I feel like that is a game just absolutely littered, filled to the gills, with, like...
Yeah. After all those years, hard to believe.
That's all you have to say about that?
Worth the wait. See? We're tying up the loose ends, Arthur. One by one.
Well, you say that, Dutch, but I'm currently just tying up dynamite to blow up so that way we can have these Indians feud with the army to hopefully get them off of our trail and our back. Which seems like a kind of really awful thing to fucking do, Dutch.
Come on now, quick! Get back up here!
Okay, let's go, Arthur.
But yeah, I don't know. I just do find it kind of funny that wait, no, shoot, what? Ah, damn it, I lost my. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Sorry, I remembered my point. So I've been playing a lot of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth lately, and I feel like that game is just absolutely filled with like unnecessary time wasters. Where it's like I'm going through a section and like this feels like it's just here to be like, oh, the game is this long. You know, we made the game super fucking long and we put in all this unnecessary stuff so that way you waste all your time trying to get up this area. You do this climbing section or you do this part and you spend a lot of time doing it so we can say our game is this amount of hours. And I don't know, it might not be that, but it feels that way to me. And like Red Dead Redemption 2 feels like the complete opposite. It feels like when you are doing something that is tedious and boring, like there's a reason for it. Like there's a reason why it's kind of a pain in the ass to set up this dynamite, you know? Because like not only is it a bad thing morally within the game, but it's like literally a bad thing. It's a boring part of the game, you know? It's like, I don't know, that's kind of an interesting dynamic with the game where like
Quick now, Arthur. Everyone into position.
all right, I'm here. But like with like I think specifically Donkey's review of the game where he ends up talking about how at the end of the game you're kind of just shooting people in these giant shooting galleries, and it's like, yeah, I feel like that's kind of the point, you know, is that by this point in the game, like, you have just revolved or devolved into a bunch of murderers and killers who simply just murder people.
Like I said, we're just going to give them a bit of a scare.
You know what, Dutch? Fuck you, man.
Looks like more than we thought.
Oh, shoot. I canceled the whole mission. I didn't mean to do that. I just wanted to restart the mission. Or retry from checkpoint, actually. That's what I wanted to do. Oh well, too late now. Alright, yeah. Let's go.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't know. With this game, a lot of the slower elements, it feels like it's done for a purpose, you know? Where it's like in Final Fantasy VII, it just feels like it's padding. And it's like you guys don't know how to do it right. You guys don't know how to make it convincing, you know? Because like in this game, I can buy the characters kind of sitting around and having to do like a tedious thing. Like it makes sense within the world and within the environment, you know? And I think the most disappointing thing is that the game, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth specifically, can sometimes do it right. Alright? I don't want to spoil it, but there is one mission in the game where you are doing this really tedious thing, and it's like, oh, this mission sucks. This mission is terrible. I hate this. But then, when you get to the end of the mission, it kind of feels like a big middle finger, but then it retracts the middle finger and turns out to just be a fist, and you have to do a fight, you know? And it's like, oh, okay, I get you, game. I get you. And it's this really interesting thing, and it ends also in, I think, an interesting way. But it's like, I wish there was more of that in the game. There was more of this, like, oh, okay, alright, you got me good, you know? Kind of like how I feel with Queen's Blood. Where like, Queen's Blood seems like just this like sort of time waster thing, almost kind of like Gwent in The Witcher 3. I think that is the most easily and ready comparison, at least for me. Where in The Witcher 3, there's Gwent, this just fun card game that, you know, you end up facing off against important individuals in the story, and you have to win a card from them. And it's just kind of like a fun little side thing to do in between being Geralt of Rivia, Witcher extraordinaire, and the most interesting man in the world, with the hottest wife and the most interesting daughter in the multiverse. You know, she went to Cyberpunk 2077 before we all did. All right, imagine how bad it was then. All right, you think you had a tough time playing Cyberpunk on your PlayStation 4, but Siri, she did that. She was in that world. She was in Night City when that shit wasn't even in pre-development. All right. It was fucked up. It was scary. All right, it was a weird world. It was on tabletop, and you had to do it with pen and paper, and you had to write things down, and you had to like get together with real people in the real world to actually experience it. And like, I don't know about you, but that's just not gonna fly. Not in this day and age. All right, take your reason why. All right. But yeah, no, I just find that to be kind of a... Oh yeah, no, sorry, I completely lost my train of thought there for a second. Got a little too into my Witcher 3 Cyberpunk 2077 bit. My apologies for that. But no, my point in bringing that up was actually that, you know, Gwent just feels like a fun little mini game that they made up and put into the game just to entertain you. Like, it feels like a very entertaining thing. And Queen's Blood is very much in a very similar vein to that in Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But, you know, and again, I don't want to spoil things, but there's like an actual plot with Queen's Blood. Like, there's an actual reason why you're playing it, and it actually goes in an interesting direction that I really appreciate and found to be kind of fascinating as I was playing the game. And, like, it was probably my favorite side quest in the whole game. Because I don't know, there are some really good side quests. There are also just, you know, unnecessary, dumb open world bits in Final Fantasy VII. Where, like, I don't know, man. I feel like they should have just focused on making a fun world that you can explore, you know? Because I feel like that's something Red Dead Redemption 2 excels in. Where you go around and you explore around the area and you stumble across individuals and you find, you know, different mini things. You can find buried treasure. You can find all sorts of little details. You can find a deserted town where, you know, if you want, you can kind of piece together what might have happened to cause the town to become deserted and caused everyone to die. And it's like, you know, a really interesting thing. You can find like weird hidden esoteric Easter eggs where, like, you know, if you go into a certain house at night, a UFO appears over your head and it's like, whoa, okay, hey, that's interesting. That has no impact on the major plot of the game, but it's like a cool, fun thing to see. And it's like, I don't know, maybe that is in Final Fantasy Rebirth. I wouldn't know because I haven't seen anything, nor did I discover it myself. Instead, I went around doing all the checklist stuff. I would look on the map and be like, okay, there's a tower I have to go activate, so that way I could find what all the other bullshit I have to do around the tower is. It's like, oh look, there's a fight with a certain special enemy that I have to go do. Let me go do that. Oh hey, look, there's a, you know, boring side quest where I have to go pick mushrooms, you know? Where it's just like, ultimately it doesn't feel like a very good use of your time. And, I I know, I just find it to be kind of interesting. Is where like I don't know, Red Dead Redemption 2 feels very natural, where it's like, oh, I want to explore around this world and I want to see what's here, you know? Like, not only is this a really pretty place, but like there's actual interesting stuff to do. And like that's where a lot of the fun in this game comes in, you know? And to be fair, upon playing this game for thousands of hours and replaying it multiple times, you realize just how shallow it really is. And it's such a damn shame. Because, like, sorry, pardon me, I'm going to take a sip of wine here. Good stuff. But anyway, as I was saying, you know, upon multiple replays of this game and, you know, watching other individuals go through the game, it can feel rather shallow, where, you know, the random stuff on the map is like a couple of stranger missions, a few random encounters that are basically all the same, you know? Oh, hey, did you find that fellow that got bit by a snake and you had to either suck the venom out or give him a health cure? Oh, yeah, that was real funny. It was kind of like that time I found that fella who got his leg stuck in a bear trap. And then after that, I went into town and he offered to buy me whatever I wanted from the store, free of charge. So I went ahead and bought the most expensive rifle from the gun store. And then it's like, oh, yeah, and then the same thing happened with the guy who got bit by a snake, or, yeah, the guy who got bit by a snake, where, you know, I helped him out, and then he went ahead and let me buy anything from the general store. So I bought the most expensive outfit that I could have, that I could, since he was paying for it. So, you know, he's out like $200, but hey, I saved his life, so that's pretty cool, huh? And it's like, oh, and then this other time I ran into this camp of O'Driscolls, and then I killed them all. And then this other time I went into a camp full of Lemoyne Raiders, and then I killed them all. And then this other time I found these members in like white hoods and white robes. I don't quite know who those fellas were, what they were getting up to. But I watched them set up a cross and then them burn it, and then they ended up burning themselves, which is rather unfortunate. And then I went ahead and killed them all because I recognized who they were and what they stood for. And I said, I ain't going to stand for that. In fact, I'm going to shoot it down with every single goddamn bullet in my revolver and my other revolver. Both revolvers are getting emptied today into these goddamn white hooded rodents. And, you know, you kind of realize upon playing the game multiple times that, like, there's not a lot of really interesting dynamic stuff in the open world, and it'd be really interesting to see more of that, you know? To, like, see an individual who's, you know, stuck in between a rock and a hard place, where, again, like, you get that more so in the stranger missions, and I understand why it's done that way. But, like, I think it would have been really much more dynamic if you could stumble across the guy who's like, oh, hey, mister, my wagon is broken down. Can you help me fix it? And then you're like, yeah, sure, partner, I'll help you fix it. And then, you know, they end up getting the law or some kind of gang coming after them, and they're like, oh shit, partner, they're coming after me because I did this morally gray thing, you know, or perhaps maybe I actually did the right thing and I was a good person, and now I'm being punished for it in this unjust world. What are you gonna do about it, partner? And you'd be like, oh yeah, you're on your own, partner, I'm gonna go ahead and leave right now. Or you can be like, oh no, I'll stay and help you fight, partner. You know, you seem like a good guy, down on your luck in this crazy, crazy world. I'm going to go ahead and try to do right by you. And so, you know, you end up helping them, and then they give you like some kind of reward. And then you can even turn down the reward and be like, no, I don't want the reward. I just want to help you, you know. And of course, I'm referencing a specific mission that you do for Strauss in the game, where you do actually find somebody who's having trouble with their wagon, and then you end up helping them, and then they give you a reward, and your option is either decline it or take it and be on your way. And of course, there's a bit more to it than that, but you know, it would be nice if there was more dynamic stuff in the game, and there was actually kind of more to explore. I think really the only thing is like the vampire quest in Saint Denis. That's really like one of the few secret kind of interesting things in this game. I mean, I mentioned the UFO Easter egg earlier, but like that truly feels like an Easter egg. The vampire thing is like an actual quest that kind of has some relevance and is interesting. But like when a UFO just appears and Arthur doesn't react to it or comment on it or say anything about it, it just feels like ooh, look, we put aliens in the game. Ain't that neat? And it's like, yeah, it's kind of neat, but I would have appreciated you putting something else in the game that was more interesting and engaging. And made the game a more worthwhile, interesting experience rather than, you know, kind of a generic open world game. Because like a lot of open world games kind of rely on this novelty of like, ooh, look, it's an open world. And it's like, you know, especially in this day and age, 2024, as I'm recording this, an open world is no longer a special thing. It's no longer an interesting thing. You have to actually put stuff in your open world that makes it interesting and makes it fun to explore and makes it, you know, an open world where it feels like you can go anywhere and you can do anything. And of course, that's never going to be the case. You're always going to run into limits. You're always going to run into places where it's like, oh, hey, the developers didn't want to make a whole other area and populate it full of things. So, you know, you can't go up this cliff right now. So sorry about that, sport, but you're going to have to just go do the main story now. And it's like, I totally get why that limitation is there within games, but like, you know, you can do really really interesting stuff with that. Like, I don't know, I think a good example is kind of like the Far Cry games, which that's another Ubisoft game, and I was actually criticizing Ubisoft games earlier, where like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth at times feels like a Ubisoft game, and it's like, don't make this a fucking shitty Assassin's Creed game, like actually make it interesting. And like, I think Far Cry is like a good game that does that interesting where, you know, you kind of actually have the freedom to mess around with the open world and cause shit to happen. And like, I think Far Cry 5 is a pretty good example. Of course, Far Cry 5 people were pretty worn out on the formula, but I think Far Cry 5 does a lot of what I think a Far Cry game should. And, you know, I kind of want to play Far Cry 5 again. That would be fun to do. And Jesus fucking Christ, I've been talking for so long. The game was like, oh hey, we're gonna go into cinematic camera mode because you're not here anymore. And it's like, no, I'm here. I'm just talking. God damn it. Alright. Time to actually do this mission.
So good of you to join us.
What's going on?
Rebellion. The smell of cordite and integrity. It is a beautiful thing.
What are y'all doing?
An eye for an eye. We didn't start this, Arthur. They did.
We? This ain't our fight.
It surely is.
Whatever it is you're planning, it ain't a good idea. They want you to fight.
Nobody will be killed.
We're just gonna trap a few of them in the valley, disarm them, tar and feather them, and remind them to leave these boys alone.
You have energy for pranks?
Come on, Arthur. Just tweaking Uncle Sam's nose a little. I need you to help me. Besides, it's perfect. People will see these boys. They won't notice us, and they'll think we're gone. Everyone will blame everything on the Indian problem, and we'll disappear up the river. But first we need to trap them in this pass. Help me dynamite up these trees.
So, you're using them?
No, sir. No. Never. But it is mutually beneficial to draw attention to one problem and avail over another.
These are good people, but their situation is real complex. We ain't helping them.
Sure we are. Come on, let's get this done.
So actually, I really want to talk about this game and how it handles the natives of America, where, you know, I've been watching a very long series on Quentin Review's channel about two TV shows one called The Beverly Hillbillies and the other one Petticoat Junction. And like that TV show, sorry, my apologies. I'm a little whatever. But I'm a little stupid. That's what I am. And but no, in those TV shows there's a lot of outdated, very offensive things and ideas. And it's like, because this game is a modern game. I mean, it came out in 2018, which, you know, is like fucking 5 years ago now, which is crazy to think about.
Yeah. After all those years, hard to believe. Oh, but it was worth the wait. See? We're tying up the loose ends, Arthur. One by one.
Maybe you say so, Dutch. But yeah, you know, it's like, this game takes a very interesting approach to it. Where, like, you know, Arthur kind of correctly points out, like, hey, this isn't our fight, you know?
Okay, let's go, Arthur.
And I will say, it's kind of funny even when Arthur says, this is a complicated situation, and these are wrongs you can't right, Dutch. Where, you know, like, that kind of comes in as Arthur's perspective as, like, a white man, you know? Like, it's a little, like, ridiculous, and it's kind of a character flaw when he's talking to Rains Fall and the Eagle Flies in, like, the Chapter 4 mission, where he's like, I'm a wanted man, alright? The government hates me just as much as they hate you, you know? I'm not going to help you out of the kindness of my heart. And then Rains Fall is like, hey, we'll pay you, please, just help us. We need some help. And like, it's a really interesting thing, where it's like, Arthur is trying to make a point, but it's really a demonstration of how he kind of fundamentally misunderstands the situation, where he's like, oh, well, you know, we're in the same spot. And it's like, no, you're not, Arthur. Like, the government hates you because of the things you've done. The government hates the natives because of who they are and not what they've done. You know?
They're coming now.
It's like two very different situations. But yeah, nonetheless, Arthur Morgan compares them.
That's a good thing.
Okay, that's the signal.
But also, you know, he's of the mind to point out that, like, we're not helping these people, Dutch. We're kind of just interfering with them, and we're taking advantage of them, and we're using them for our own purposes in our own game.
For a minute. Like I said, we're just going to give them a bit of a scare.
And it's like, Dutch obviously does not care about this. He's like, yeah, that's exactly what we're doing, Arthur. Shut the fuck up about it.
We're only here to talk,
you know?
And administer a little good old-fashioned humiliation. You're owed
But,
that, son, at the very least.
you know, even nonetheless, he's lying about it. He's pretending to be noble when he's in fact being selfish and, you know, greedy and evil in this situation. And it's really interesting, you know?
If we blow it now, we should have them trapped.
I gotta say, it's such an interesting little detail. Where if you don't hit the dynamite charge, then Dutch will.
No, you're making a mistake.
Because this is all part of Dutch's plan.
Take a little humiliation and leave these fine folks alone.
Who are you?
A concerned citizen.
Is that so?
What now?
We should move. No, not quite yet. Soldier, you and your friend's gonna tuck tail and run off? Run!
Excuse me?
I'm getting bored of this. Your friend's fired first, soldier!
Father won't be happy about this.
Watch your head.
They are good.
This is bad.
Take them down!
We got a fight, man, boys!
Go to hell. There's a lot of them. Look out! They're coming up on our left. Is this what you wanted?
You fools, you damn fools! It's the army!
It is one regiment of pastry chefs and bullies. Watch your goddamn mouth. All of you, take what you can, and then we move out.
Move now. We have to move now.
Search these men quickly, then we move.
This is crazy. Why aren't we getting out of here? They might have information on them that'll help our friends with their cause. Find anything?
Yes. Some poor fool from New Jersey. These boys ain't the problem. They're only kids.
Keep looking. Shit! Everyone, keep your heads down! We're trying to get out of this!
You think you can take on the U.S. Army? What do we do here, Dutch? This is a lot of men.
Just hold your ground! Surrender, and they'll hang you all! Try to flank them, Arthur! We'll shoot you some space!
Yes, we need to take... Where's Peta?
Well, they're sending riders from the fort. We need to leave.
But where's Peta? Was he killed? He's alive.
Well, that went just about according to plan.
I'm trying. I'm trying, Arthur, with everything I have, and I will keep trying, and you'll keep doubting me, and we'll keep failing.
It ain't like that, Dutch. Look at me. Look at me! I'm worried about folk.
I know. We should go.
Where's Eagle Flies?
Run, son! Run! Come on! This area is gonna be crawling with soldiers in a few minutes. We gotta leave. Now! What about eagle flies? We gotta go, Arthur. Come on! We need to ride hard. Stay with me. Left here, into the trees. Okay, let's dismount here. We won't get the horses down this path. This area is gonna be crawling with soldiers in a few minutes. We gotta leave. Now! What about eagle flies? We gotta go, Arthur. Come on! We need to ride hard. Stay with me. Left here, into the trees. Okay, let's dismount here. We won't get the horses down this path. All right, let's carry on by foot. Try and sell them a little snake oil. You think? It's all I got. Get out of here. Yeah! Let's see if we can lose them down here. Shit! I guess not. Get behind something, Arthur.
Ain't no getting out of this. Stop now!
Let's see if there's a way out through here.
Enjoy your last moments alive. That's it for you!
Let's keep going. Follow the path. It's got to spit us out somewhere. Behind us! Hold them off! I don't know how much longer we can hold out.
Ain't got long legs, you son of a bitch.
There's too many, Arthur. Fall back. This is a losing battle, Arthur. Oh, we've got to do something. Dead end. This is it.
Well, Arthur,
Put your hands up! I said put your damn hands up!
okay. Okay. Follow my lead. I got a plan. This is a good one. Hello, officers.
You keep them hands up and come here. Put your hands up!
Hello, Captain.
Keep your hands up and come here. Come here.
We can't do that. Your man... Those men they killed? They were good men. You're fighting nature, Captain.
Get over here!
Ask my friend here. My whole life, I tried to fight change.
It's a waste. I see that. Now, it's waste. You can't fight nature, Captain. You can't fight change. You can't fight gravity. You're okay. You're okay.
What a mess.
I know, but a mess is what we need. Oh, we just escaped from chaos. Eagle flies must have been taken.
Taken or killed?
Well, we can't go find out.
No, not now.
Charles, we'll send them. Where is it?
He's probably back at camp.
Let's split up. I'll go tell him. You rest up. Keep a lookout. We are gonna make it, brother. I can feel it. Faith, Arthur. Have faith.
You okay, boy?
Alright, well, the mission's over, and I should probably talk about it now, but, I mean, what more can I say? Other than that mission is great, but it really takes you out of it when you see Arthur Morgan's hair despawn because he's currently too far away because the cutscene camera extends out so far to kind of tell you, oh yeah, you're gonna jump off at this part, you know? Which has a lot more meaning and significance if you have played the first Red Dead Redemption, you know? Because when you see that scene, it, in a way, kind of contextualizes Dutch's scene in the first game, where he gives a very similar speech to John, but it's in two very different contexts. Because in this one, he is talking to a bunch of army men alongside his best friend, his brother, the really only man that truly still cares for him in this time, and is not just, you know, some yes man ready and willing to agree to just about anything and everything, just to get approval from old Daddy Dutch here, you know? And, you know, just like a really like great mission and such a great callback to the first game. And like again, it's like that scene in particular is very much enhanced knowing what happens in the original Red Dead Redemption, you know? Because when you know that that's like the end of Red Dead Redemption, you know, of course there's the end in both circumstances, you know, because like, you know, that's like the final major mission, really, you know, because you do that mission and then you go back on the farm and live happily ever after with Abigail and Jack, right? You know, you watch Dutch die, and then Edgar Ross come and confront you, or confront John Marston, you, the player, and be like, oh, hey, so you didn't kill him in the end. Huh. Well, give me your gun. And then he shoots Dutch, and then he says, you know, it'll look better in the paperwork that way. And then proceeds to walk away and leave. And I don't know, that's such an interesting scene, because Dutch also kind of references that, where he tells John, after me, they'll just find another monster, foreshadowing what happens with John. And it's such an interesting, fascinating speech, and it's one of the best speeches in gaming history. And it's given, you know, additional depth with this game, you know, where that can kind of be a problem with prequels, you know, like prequels can kind of take away from the like the ambiguity and the interesting part of the original game, you know. It's like, it can be a lot more interesting when you don't know an individual's motivations necessarily. You know, you have to kind of infer that throughout the story. And, like, it's like, oh, okay, this is why this person is doing this, you know? And there's, like, so much more to think about, you know? I think this might be kind of a basic example, but take, for example, Star Wars, you know? And spoiler alert for Star Wars. But, you know, as we find out, Anakin is Luke's father. And he fights for the dark side, and he's constantly trying to bring Luke over to his side. Hence why he lets Luke live. You know, because there are many times where Luke gets the upper hand on Vader. And is like, oh, hey, we just blew up the Death Star. And then, Darth Vader in turn gets the upper hand on him, but every time, you know, Darth Vader lets him go and lets him live in that circumstance. It'd be really interesting is to speculate why, because it could very much be as simple as like, oh, well, he's his father, so he cares about him in kind of a fatherly way. But then, you know, you can also take, for example, that like, oh no, Luke's on the right side. And Vader kind of knows this, you know? He knows, in spite of being a part of the Empire, of being a bad guy, he knows that he's on the wrong side. And he shouldn't be doing what he's doing. And it's because of his son fighting against him, kind of being what he cannot be, that makes him eventually be, you know, a good person and change and decide to do the right thing ultimately. But then you have the prequels for Star Wars, and it's like, no, here's exactly everything that happens. Here's all the questions answered, and here's why everything that happened in the first part of this media series happened. And, you know, like, here's just a bunch of funny, ridiculous stuff to throw in to make it fun and silly and appeal to children, you know. Again, there's a lot to be said about Star Wars and the prequels, and you know, I'm not here to say it. What I'm here to talk about is Red Dead Redemption 2, which I think is a very good prequel, where it adds on to and makes it kind of more interesting the first game. You know, it adds like kind of another layer of depth. That if you go from the first game, or sorry, if you go from the second game to the first game, you're definitely going to notice that, you know? It's like you're going to notice that in the first Red Dead Redemption, Arthur Morgan is not mentioned in the entire fucking game, you know? And it's like, yeah, because he wasn't a character at that point. And it's like, you know, it depends on how you think about it, because this game kind of has like a little tongue-in-cheek thing. I don't know, this kind of is, at least to me, reminiscent of like Arthur making fun of John for not being able to swim. and referencing that, like, you know, every time you try to go somewhere where you have to swim, like, John can't swim. He drowns every time you try to have him swim. And it's like a funny kind of callback to the first game, where if you went into the water and you went too deep because Rockstar didn't want to animate swimming motions, you know, they didn't have John Marston swim because that was just way too complicated and would have taken too much time, so every time you go in the water you die. You know, it is turned into like a funny joke in this game. And, like, you know, you may argue it's like, oh, well that kind of ruins his character, but, like, no, because, like, not only is it a funny joke, but it is a fundamental part of his character. Like, John Marston literally cannot swim. Like, that's just a fun fact about him. And it makes it funny that, like, in the first game, when you went too far into the water, where you went, like, below the level of your hat, you know? Because that was the arbitrary line in the original Red Dead Redemption, where if you were, like, deeper in the water than your hat, you would just drown instantly. It's like now an actual character trait of John Marston that, oh yeah, he can't swim, you know? The guy never learned how to swim, so he just drowns anytime he gets into water. And it's like a funny thing. But then there's, like, also so much more that this game adds to Red Dead Redemption that makes it really interesting, and it kind of recontextualizes your interpretation of the first game. Possibly in some ways, you know. In other ways, it's still ultimately the same story, but it just adds more. It doesn't subtract anything from the original. At least I don't think so. And that's what makes Red Dead Redemption 2 a pretty good prequel. It actually takes the time and effort to kind of, you know, have reason for its purpose, you know? Because, like, the tones of the two games are ultimately very different, but yet they're very similar in a lot of ways. They kind of parallel each other, and it's sort of funny in a way. Because, like, I brought this up earlier, where Red Dead Redemption feels like a very modern game, you know? And that's something I really like about it, you know? It's like, again, do not go on Reddit. Alright, if you want some advice from me, don't go on Reddit, because sometimes you'll read awful fucking opinions. Like, I saw one Reddit post that went something along the lines of the title being, what are some things about Red Dead Redemption 2 that completely take you out of the realism of it? You know? And the first sentence this guy had was, you know, for me, it's kind of odd that, you know, the game takes place in the past and, you know, the main character is named John and there's not really anyone else named John. That's kind of weird. And then it's also kind of weird that none of the characters say a lot of slurs, you know? Like, isn't that kind of weird that there aren't more characters saying more slurs in this game, you know? Isn't that kind of weird? And it's like, no, man, it's not fucking weird. It's an intentional choice by the fucking directors of the game. You know? Take, for example, like, GTA 5. GTA 5 is a game fucking filled with slurs. Like, that game, every 5 fucking seconds you hear a slur. You know? And it's like, there's a reason for it. And, like, you know, there's purpose and meaning behind the slurs, even if sometimes it is a bit excessive or sometimes inappropriate or offensive, you know? It's like, it feels intentional, and it's like, it's not like nobody says slurs in this game. Like, there are a few, and they're used very effectively. Like, you know, it's kind of a weird phrase to say, but it's like, no, it's bringing, like realism and, like, a very serious tone to the game. And it's like, I don't know what you want. Do you want these characters to, like, have a bit of levity? Because, like, that's actually a plot point in the game with Micah. is that Micah, you know immediately, right away, that this guy's a piece of shit because, you know, you meet up with him and he terrorizes a poor woman for no reason and he ends up burning down her house. Like, that's all Micah's fault, you know? And then, you know, what's like the first thing he says before you have your first sleep, before you see Arthur Morgan go to bed, who's the character you're playing as, and you're going to get to know? Micah's like, oh, why do I have to sleep next to Bill Williamson and a bunch of, you know, non-white people? And it's like, oh, Micah's a piece of shit. Micah's an awful person. That lets you know, because, like, it's specifically a part of the characters in this game that they're not racist, you know? That was the thing with John in the first game, is John is this ever-constant straight man who has to deal with, like, racist bigots and idiots. And that's where the humor comes from in the first game. Where, you know, you have the professor who's like, ah, yes, we must study the native and see how they are different from the white man. But yet you, John Marston, are almost exactly like them, huh? That's weird. I don't quite understand it. Here I am looking at the blood cells of two different people, and yet the blood cells look the same. It's almost like we're all human. But I'm not going to get that because I'm a silly joke character. You know, it's like I don't know. Again, also another thing you might see on in online spaces is that media literacy is dead. And it's like, in some ways, that's true, but it's also always been true, you know? Is like, people want to ignore, like, the core messages and the themes of these games, and just gonna be like, oh, it's a murder simulator. And it's like, yeah, it is and it isn't, you know? It's like the Red Dead Redemption games are really interesting. Take even Bully, for instance. Bully is a very interesting game made by Rockstar, because, like, Bully is a game where you play essentially as a bully. You have the ability to bully other people, and bullying is specifically demonized and seen to be a bad thing in the game, you know? Like, ironically, in Bully, if you just play the main story and don't go out of your way to bully people, it's actually a game about stopping bullying, because bullying is bad. And the way you stop bullying, because it's a video game, is you beat everybody up. and it's like, it's like, I don't know, it's like if you play the video game Bully, and then you make a fucking post on Reddit, like, hey, isn't it kind of weird in Bully that Jimmy Hopkins isn't more of a bully? And it's like, yeah, that's his fucking character, man. Why are you playing a fucking game if you're gonna fundamentally misunderstand it? Like, I mean, you know. I don't know. It's something dumb that is pointless to get upset about. But still, nonetheless, it's like, this is a beautiful game with beautiful messaging and really interesting, like, story and dialogue and meanings and themes. And just, I don't know, cowboy cool. I love murder. Like, I don't know how you take that away from this game. Like, I don't know, it was something kind of interesting I was thinking about, where it's like, it's like, how would a vegan feel about this game, you know? Because, like, I don't know. Save for the very first mission, or, not the first, but one of the first missions in this game, probably the second or third, technically. Because, yeah, you have to go to sleep, and then it can either be the second or third mission you do. You have to go out hunting with Charles, and you have to kill 2 deer, you know? And after you kill the 2 deer, you bring it back to camp, you skin it, and then you, like, put it on meat hooks, and lay it up for Pearson to cook. And Pearson is, like, clearly drunk off Navy rum. You know, it's a really interesting scene, and it's like I was thinking about this game where it's like how would like a vegan person feel playing this game? And I think you know, if you're kind of a smarter vegan person, like you can interpret this game as like a vegan sort of thing, you know, because like take for example, other than that one mission where like you literally have to kill to survive, and you kind of see like the implicit horrors of that. But it's like, you know, just because you did that, it doesn't make you an evil person. But, you know, it's like maybe if you don't have to murder a deer, you wouldn't murder a deer, you know, because at any point after this, like, almost everything is optional. The game is never going to force your hand and make you murder an animal, you know? Like, it'll make you kill people. Like, the game will force your hand there. It'll be like, hey, you have to kill people. Arthur Morgan is a killer. He kills people. Like, I don't care if you want to make a YouTube video series about, you know, only knocking people out or not killing anybody, but Arthur Morgan kills people in this game. He is a killer. No matter what you do, you cannot take that away from him, and you cannot change that about him. That is a fact about this character, you know? And, like, it's a very interesting choice to make in the game. But it's like, you know, it's like about what he does after that. And after that mission where you have to kill 2 deer, you don't have to kill any more animals for the entirety of the game. You know, you might have to fight against a few animals if you do all the story missions, but like the game will never force you to kill, murder, and skin animals. Sure, you need to do that for 100% completion, because that's something the characters would do. They're hunters. You know, they live in a time where there is an abundance of wildlife and nature, where it's not amiss to see a rabbit and shoot it, skin it, and sell its pelts, and then leave the corpse for the birds and the scavengers, you know? It's not inherently some evil thing, and it's kind of interesting in this game, where you will actually lose honor if you murder a bunch of animals and then don't skin them. You don't make use of their life, you know? And again, it can be kind of like a funny thing where you might notice right now I have the max amount of honor, but I only have the max amount of honor because I went ahead and did some fishing. I threw the fish back in the water. You know, everybody likes to make the observation that, like, oh, you can murder all the people you want, but you just go around town, you greet people, and you, and you get good karma for it, you know? And the same thing can be said of, like, donating to the camp. You know, you donate to a camp of largely murderers and killers and thieves, but hey, there's, like, one kid like one kid is there, and he's like the one truly only innocent person in the game, and he is eventually corrupted by not only the gang but his father, in spite of everything, you know, in spite of his mother never wanting him to become a gunslinger, in spite of his father never wanting to become a gunslinger, in spite of everyone at camp, all these different people in Red Dead Redemption 2 never wanting Jack to become a gunslinger. He, in the end, becomes a gunslinger and gets revenge for his father, the same way John gets revenge for Arthur at the end of this game. You know, you get to see kind of this cycle of violence, and yet nonetheless you'll never hear the criticism that The Last of Us 2 gets for Red Dead Redemption, where it's like, this game is just revenge bad. Like, literally, one of Arthur's famous quotes from this game is, "Revenge is a fool's game." It is a fucking classic quote and known thing in the human psyche and folklore and knowledge of humanity, that when you go for revenge, you dig two graves, you know? You make 2 games. I don't know. Fucking, I'm dumb. Alright? But still, like, nonetheless, it is like a really it really is like a simple message, you know, and is like
Easy now.
like I don't know, just because something has like simple messages, that it doesn't make it inherently bad, you know. Like there are simple messages all the times in games, and like I find it, I like that in games. I like games telling me something, you know. It's like, you know, you may be the type of person to be like, no, I just want to play a game and I want to turn my brain off, and it's like, well, play a fucking multiplayer game, you know. It's like you see this kind of thing happening with Helldivers 2, where Helldivers is clearly like a parody. It's very much in the realm of Starship Troopers, and yet nonetheless people are like unironically like, oh, I love democracy, man. Fuck all these aliens, man. You know, I love killing aliens and fighting wars. Oh boy, that's my favorite thing to do as a gamer. It's like so great and so fun, you know. I love how uncomplicated it is, you know. It's just like going after terrorists, man, you know. They're the bad guys and I'm the good guy. I can do no wrong and they always do bad, you know. Every single one of them. And it's like, dude, like, I'm sorry, are you just intentionally missing the point, you know? Like, do you just not get it, you know? Because, like, it's very obvious what the game is saying with that. Where it's like, you have to be a moron to not pick up on it, you know? But yet, nonetheless, morons exist. People think Fight Club is about not talking about Fight Club, and it's like, no, that's the opposite, actually. It's kind of funny, you know? It's like the first rule of Fight Club is ironic, and why aren't you three boys just walking? Why didn't none of you have horses?
Hey, partner.
Hey, get your business out of my sight.
Hey there, fella.
Got any idea what time it is?
I got no notion of that.
Calm down. Relax. Hey, moron!
You kiss your mother with that mouth. What happened? Not so tough after all?
Yeah, whatever. Fuck you guys. But yeah, I don't know. I think I finished everything I wanted to say. Yeah. I don't know what this guy's doing here, but I'm gonna start up this mission now.
You are a fool and a nuisance, brother.
Helen, is this creepy little toad bothering you again? Shall I throw him off?
This is getting quite out of hand.
Hands? Oh, he doesn't have hands. He's a troll. And that's why we found him here. He escaped from his...
Would you tell your talking monkey to go home, please, Helen? He was amusing at first, but now he's really quite tiring. Plus, I do wish they had shaved his palms as well as his face.
Be quiet, you hobgoblin.
His bottom is bright red, and he mostly eats bananas.
You two!
Oh, Arthur, how are you?
Never better. See, you two haven't changed much?
No, he's still a lizard.
Coward.
Gerbil.
Mommy's boy.
Manatee.
Effluent.
Discharge.
Milk sop.
You already said that!
I did not. You're a milk sop.
Well, you are all chatter and no testes, dear brother. Helen, I will make you love me if it is the last thing I do. And to prove how suitable I am to make a happy and stable life with, I shall throw myself over the waterfall in just a barrel.
And so shall I. just to demonstrate how little your feeble gestures mean, you homunculus.
Arthur, please come do the honors and make sure we,
Oh, you silly little tapeworm of a man.
Follow me!
Follow you? I was born first. Helen, I love you. And brother, you're living proof of God's remarkable sense of humor.
Good luck, crazy bastard.
Oh my lord! Oh, the fools! The silly fools! I cannot believe they've done this!
Come on. Let's go try and find them.
We must! At once!
Okay. Get on your horse. Follow me.
They've been carried down a ways. We can't get there from this first path. Do you think they're all right?
They might be. You want them to be all right?
Of course! Whatever do you mean?
I was just thinking. It might be easier for you if only one of them was... Catch my meaning?
Sir, that is a terrible thing to say.
Got a favorite?
I like them both. Equally.
Well, maybe fate might help you out.
It is not like that, mister. Not like that at all.
Sure.
Giddy up. Whoa there. You can't
Here
get
you
down
are.
now. Acrisius, what have you done?
Brother, are you there?
Acri! Is that you? I've had the wind knocked out of me.
I thought you were a goner.
It's a miracle we're alive.
Silly, silly voice. You nearly died. For me.
She's right. Dear brother, what fools we've been.
You're the fool, but a brave one.
You might be dense, but you are the noblest man I know.
You are a lion.
Giant.
You're an earthshaker.
World conqueror.
Let's
Ow.
not let anything come between us again.
Never.
Boys,
Good lady, adieu.
Bewitch some other milksops. We will have none of it.
but I thought that...
Before this siren calls us to the rocks again, let us away from here.
You lead the way, brother. The West awaits.
Boys! Boys!
There's quite some suitors you've picked there.
I was trying to stop them from killing themselves. They won't last a week without me.
Probably not. But you'll have an easier time.
I guess I will. So long. Oh, I wasn't trying to lead them on, you know? It was just exciting. The smartest men I knew, with positively the least sense.
Yeah, it's usually the way it works. Good luck.
Also, I love this mission so much. Not only is it funny, and it's a very fun conclusion to the twin plot, you know? Of like, every time you've met these twins, they're just fighting over who's more impressive and who should be with Helen. And then the conclusion to that is that they both go down a waterfall, and they're like, "You're the bravest man I have ever known. You're the greatest man. You are a giant among, you know, regular folk." And, and like, they're just like complimenting each other, and then they go off stronger than before with a newfound bond of brotherly love. Like, honestly, I'm a little disappointed with, like, later in the game where it's like, you know, as John, we don't get to find these two and get to know what they're up to, you know? I really, like, I love this game, but I just feel like there should be more, and there's ample opportunity for more, and for, like, interesting stuff to happen. And, like, I don't know, I really love, I love Arthur Morgan as a character, you know? Because, like, and again, I love that mission, because, like, it seems like it's entirely a joke mission, and it is. It is just, like, played for laughs and for goofs, you know? You just get to see, like, a funny little bit of humor, but then, like, the very last fucking line, the two lines from the two characters at the end, Helen and Arthur, make it significant and tie it in a way to the story that makes it interesting, you know? Where, like, Arthur's like, you know, that's the way it is. Where he's referring to Dutch, and also, in a way, to John, you know? The smartest men he ever knew, with positively the least sense, you know? Where it shows that these characters are smart, they're intelligent, but they're flawed, they're dumb in other ways that end up being detrimental to them. And it's really such an, like, it's such an interesting thing. And, you know, I think the game does a lot with that, and it doesn't really waste the potential, you know? Where it's like a 1-2 strike. It's like, it's just a funny, fun side quest, and then somehow in the end ties into the actual plot of the game in like a really poignant way. And like, as well as that, it's another, like, character moment for Arthur Morgan, where, like, it's kind of funny because you're able to do that quest at any point during the story, and there's significance to when you do it within the story, you know? Where, like, you know, again, spoilers for this game, but, like, later on, where if you didn't finish off a stranger quest, you finish it off as John, and John usually kind of mentions Arthur and explains why he's there, and why these people 8 years later are still doing the same thing. Why they never learned, why they never moved on, why they never changed in all this amount of time. And it's because they didn't have the hero, the main character, to come in and affect their lives in an inchangeable way. Because, again, the main point with that, something that I think is kind of funny, is that when Arthur goes up to them, like, no matter when, even if, say, for example, he's diagnosed with a deadly disease that is going to kill him, you know, he says in response to the two boys, to keep it light, to keep it, you know, simple, he says, never better. And, like, we know at this point in the story, he's being sarcastic. Like, he's kind of lying to the twins, because it's a difficult subject matter that he's not going to bring up with two basically strangers, you know?
Hey, move it! Christ! Good to see you again.
You looking for a good time?
Wow, that old beard must itch something fierce.
You'll
Right
think
then,
what you could
what'll
have
it be?
when you kiss your wife goodnight.
Better than you hoped, I bet.
Hey, sugar. Hello, mister.
Welcome. Got everything you need. Have a look.
Thanks, partner.
Back for some more provisions?
Thanks.
Something slip your mind? I can get you anything in there you need. All right. Same thing. Another one for you. Again? All right.
Hey, shout out to this game for just allowing me to mash the button until I bought the maximum amount. Nice.
Thank you.
Trust your gut, folks. Right up.
remember you. Lost a bit of weight there, it looks like. You should get yourself over to Smithfield's for a hot meal.
If I wanted a doctor, I'd have gone across the street.
Of course, I didn't mean anything by it. So how can I help you today?
Would you like someone to take over for you?
Sure, sounds good.
Good. Now, don't you worry about a thing. You'll leave this place feeling brand new, you know. Hope the water's hot enough.
So how's it going?
Good, good.
My dog Copper used to take baths with me when he was alive.
Oh, I'm not sure what to make of that.
You might be the friendliest person I've met in this town.
Yes, that's how it is round here. Always been.
Oh, you're very professional.
Oh, stop it. You're too kind.
I've had quite the run of bad luck recently.
I wouldn't want that for anyone.
So you must have a feller.
Now, that's a question you shouldn't ask a lady, dear.
Anyway, sorry, I'm talking too much.
You've been nothing but kind. Aren't you so glad you dropped by? Doesn't that feel good now?
All right, that's perfect. Thanks.
It was a pleasure. All the best to you.
Hi there.
Welcome, welcome. Come on in.
Can I get some help in here, please?
Just relax. I'll take care of you. You let me know if you need anything, all right? Let me know if you'd like a bit of an extra scrub anywhere.
You gotta treat yourself sometimes, I reckon.
You're telling me.
Ain't often to get a hot bath and a roof over my head.
Really now?
Sorry if I smell. It's been a while.
Well.
So what do you do when you ain't bathing folk?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just trying to get out of this town is all.
Oh, I'm thinking I don't want this to end. And you're thinking, when will this be over?
You were something else.
This is the first time I've been able to relax in ages.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Anyway, I'll stop rabbiting on now.
Stop it. You've been pleasant. Oh, you do feel tense.
All right, I think that should do it.
Okay. Maybe we'll cross paths again.
growing that beard for a bet or something? Because it ain't worth it. I'll have you neatened up in no time. All right. What can I do for you?
The hell they put in my boot?
This cut'll look after itself. Damn near a work of art.
That looks better.
Right. Our work here is done.
You ain't scared. Thank you. Good.
Good to see you, sweetheart.
not turn away an open hand. He wishes to help.
Hello?
Come in. You don't sound very well.
I'm not. I think I'm dying.
Then I hope you find peace.
I don't know too much about peace.
Apparently not. Thanks to that raid you carried out with my angry son. He is now in jail, apparently awaiting death.
I'm sorry.
I suppose I lack the grandeur of a conventional king.
I don't know too many kings.
Colonel Favors, he has already exacted some measure of revenge for the raid. 2 women were assaulted by his men.
I'm very sorry about all of this.
Yes. Sometimes the correct path, the bravest path, is the least obvious and also the gentlest. I'm a great disappointment to my son.
Your son seems to want a war.
My son thinks there is glory in death. Maybe he's right, but for me, I saw death being handed out so freely by the most foolish of men, I never could equate it with victory. Glory has come in service. Maybe. Maybe not, I don't know.
I've killed a lot of people. For a whole lot of dumb reasons, and I ain't never seen much glory in it.
Well, your friend, Mr. Vanderlyn, he talks a lot. I don't know him, but my son is easily led.
I'm not sure I get you.
Well, perhaps we could go for a ride. I'm an old man. My whole life I have tried to bring peace.
But I ain't doing so good.
Then maybe you can take pity on my plight. Please, it won't take long. And maybe I can help you with that cough.
Sir! I'm glad I caught you, sir.
Captain Monroe, do you know my friend, Mr. Morgan?
No, sir. I don't have the pleasure.
Arthur Morgan.
It's an honor, sir.
How can I help you, Captain?
I was just in Saint Denis. I spoke with the mayor. It's not good news, I'm afraid. May I ride with you for a little?
Of course. Follow me.
So where are we going?
I want to show you a site up in the mountains that's long been sacred to me. A place for reflection and healing. What is this news, Captain Monroe?
Yes, sir. As I mentioned, I did speak again with the mayor and the Bureau of Indian Affairs in Saint Denis at length. But regrettably, it appears the oil company has already received approval to move forward with drilling on the reservation's land.
I supposed as much. So what does that mean for us now?
I'm not sure just yet. I didn't get the impression anything would be happening for a few months. I'm very sorry, sir. I did everything I could.
I know, Captain.
And I assure you I will continue to do as much as I can. Mr. Morgan, would you have time to help me at all? I would rather certain actions were taken by friends outside the tribe.
Sure, I can help.
That's good news. Thank you. Come meet me on the reservation whenever you can. Even just a couple hours of your time. Anyway, gentlemen, I won't take up any more of your time. I'll see you both soon.
Sure.
Thank you, Captain.
Enjoy the ride.
We'll continue on this way. I'm going to look for some herbs to give you. Whoa.
on that horse? Brutality and beauty are both all around us. Yet so often we're unable to see past our own grievances. This is what I try to teach my son.
Yeah! Go on, get out of here!
Good. There was no need to harm them.
Easy now.
We can talk if you want, Mr. Morgan. But don't feel like you have to. It's a beautiful ride ahead if you need some time to think.
How much you know about Dutch?
A little. Mostly what Charles told me.
Well, for years, he was the best man I knew. But he's been unraveling for some time now, and I ain't sure there's any go...
Sorry, hold up a moment. That'll have to wait. Some of the plants I need will be growing down here. This is what I was looking for. English mace. Okay, let's continue on. Anyway, you were saying?
But he's been unraveling for some time now, and I ain't sure there's any going back at this point.
It took a long time for me to learn that you could never change a person. We only become more who we really are. Perhaps you see that with him. Just as I see it with my son.
You're going the wrong way. Dutchy's got this crazy plan that if we create enough noise and chaos, we'll be able to escape and go somewhere far away where no one will find us. Eagle Fly's got caught up in that. Now he's in jail.
Sadly, Eagle Flies was ready to fight.
I'm sure Charles will find a way to help him, but I just wanted you to know the situation.
Well, I appreciate you coming to me, Mr. Morgan. Let me give this some more thought.
You know, I had a son once, years ago. Don't talk about him much.
Oh, what was his name?
Isaac. His mother, Eliza, the waitress I met. When she got pregnant, she knew who I was, what my life was. I didn't want to promise nothing I couldn't keep, but I said I'd do right by them. Every few months, I'd stop by there for a few days. He was such a good kid. She was too, I guess. Just a kid, 19.
What happened?
I got there one day. Saw two crosses outside. I knew right away. Turned out some bastards had come through. Robbed him. And shot him dead.
Let's go! It's best we stay together now.
Now, I was saying something. Oh, yeah. And offered $10. Pardon me. Feeling that kind of pain. But I know now that you don't get to live a bad life and have good things happen to you.
I think you're being hard on yourself.
Maybe.
Wait, stop here. I want to pick some ginseng. We can talk more about this later. This will combine well. Wait there. I'll put these in your saddlebag. Mix these together. They taste awful, but it'll help to keep your strength up. All right, let's go. It's not much further now.
So, yeah, maybe. All I can do now is try and make some things right. I appreciate the herbs, but I think it's gonna take more than that. I saw a doctor and he says I'm in a pretty bad way.
I'm sorry to hear that.
This situation we're in, me, Dutch, and the others, I don't know how long I got, but some of them, they still got a chance to have a life. I just think if I could give them that, then maybe this ain't all for nothing.
I think there is much you can still do, Mr. Morgan. It's just up ahead. What's happened? No! It can't be. No! They destroyed everything! I need to find the Chanupa. Who would do this?
Someone who wanted to enrage you.
Help me look around, please. The Chanupa is gone.
Of course. What is it?
A ceremonial pipe. There must be some clues to what happened here.
Sure looks like they was doing some drinking.
I cannot believe this.
Whiskey. Bastards are having a party up here. Range fall, over here. I think I see an army camp.
Oh, there they are. These brave men. Some of Colonel Favor's men. They must have been the ones who did this.
Are you surprised this happened?
Not at all. But I hope we were past this.
Well, you got land they want. Land with oil.
They moved us here. They've taken everything we had. I signed 3 treaties myself, and they've broken each one. Now they've taken the last hope. Now my people are going to want a war. A war they can't win.
Not if I get it back.
Get it back?
Yeah, I'm gonna go in, get your Chinoopa, and no one will be any the wiser.
Would you do that?
Well, you can't go, they know why you'd come.
I, don't have any money.
No, I don't need your money.
Please see if they have our sacred items. But try not to hurt anyone.
I'll try to ensure that they never even know I'm there, but actions don't always go the way you plan.
Are you not going down there?
Easy there.
Hey, I heard something.
What happened to Captain Monroe? I heard old Favors was trying to get him transferred. Don't like him much. He always seemed like a decent enough fellow to me. Exactly. That's the problem. Monroe went to West Point. Favors never made it. Yeah, I'm sure. Engines. Just seems so silly, though. I know. Who wants to fight them? Who cares? My uncle married an Indian anyway. She seemed nice enough. An Indian? Sure looked like one. I'm up near the Canadian border someplace. Canada? They got Indians in Canada.
Huh?
Tons of them. And French folk.
Fellers, over here. What's that? Guess it was nothing. Must be imaginary thing. False alarm. Nothing here.
Yep.
Please tell me you found it.
Here. I got your things, I think.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm very sorry about this.
Even sacred things are only things. People, the heart, matter more. Was anyone hurt?
No one was killed.
Well done. Well done. I wish my son knew such restraint. My people owe you a great debt, and I'm giving you very little. But please, take this. We believe it to be sacred.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take those herbs I gave you, please. And most of all, I hope you can find peace within yourself.
He's a man who, not so long ago, I would have found weak and pathetic. Now I see as wise and thoughtful and sensible. I would love to help him. Or at least stop Dutch pushing his son to do something real stupid. How are you, boy? Yeah.
Wish my horse looked that nice.
Ah, there he is. Old Black Lung Morgan.
Shut up.
Was you followed?
Excuse me?
Was you followed?
You know who you're talking to.
I ain't sure. I ain't sure about much no more. All I know is there's law whenever you're around.
Is that so? Because it seems to me that since you've been riding with us, there ain't been nothing but trouble. Stirring things up all the time, getting in Dutch's ear. Seems wherever you is, there's Pinkertons and vice versa. So you better watch your goddamn mouth, boy! Or...
Take it easy, cowboy. You're gonna do yourself a mischief where you're heading.
Micah, shut it!
He started it! Dutch says we is to go on with plans to create a diversion. We gotta get some explosives to blow up the bridge. Keep the army out of here a few days.
I think it's a real bad idea.
I don't think Dutch cares too much. What you think?
That's clear.
We gotta confuse him one last time. Then he and I will head to Blackwater, collect the money, and help everyone leave. He's got a boat lined up.
Blackwater's a fool's errand. Everyone knows it. Even a greedy moron like you.
It's Dutch's choice, Arthur. You're just a senior gun, same as the rest of us. Only you ain't well.
I'm fine.
Then you'll do Dutch's bidding, which is robbing a stage that's coming from Annisburg full of explosives.
Rob a stage. All we seem to ever do is rob a stage, you and me.
Not me, you two. I got my own planning to do. You boys got this.
Shit. Guess we have. Come on, Arthur.
And Cowpoke, take it easy. You could do with a vacation, hmm?
All right, let's go.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry, I left to go grab me some cake. And also this. Pretty good.
never forget a face.
Okay there. Open the register right now.
You
sure?
You got
Okay.
Listen to me. Wait
We're
there.
getting robbed. Open that register.
Right.
Sure thing.
I'll show you what.
Christ!
Ah, there he is. Old Black Lung Morgan.
Shut up.
Was you followed?
Excuse me?
Was you followed?
You know who you're talking to.
I ain't sure. I ain't sure about much no more. All I know is there's law whenever you're around.
Is that so? Because it seems to me that since you've been riding with us, there ain't been nothing but trouble. Stirring things up all the time, getting in Dutch's ear. Seems wherever you is, there's Pinkertons and vice versa. So you better watch your goddamn mouth, boy! Or...
Take it easy, cowboy. You're gonna do yourself a mischief way you're heading.
Micah, shut it.
He started it! Dutch says we is to go on with plans to create a diversion. We gotta get some explosives to blow up the bridge. Keep the army out of here a few days.
I think it's a real bad idea.
I don't think Dutch cares too much. What you think?
That's clear.
We gotta confuse him one last time. Then he and I will head to Blackwater, collect the money, and help everyone leave. He's got a boat lined up.
Blackwater's a fool's errand. Everyone knows it. Even a greedy moron like you.
It's Dutch's choice, Arthur. You're just a senior gun, same as the rest of us. Only you ain't well.
I'm fine.
Then you'll do Dutch's bidding, which is robbing a stage that's coming from Annisburg full of explosives.
Rob a stage. All we seem to ever do is rob a stage, you and me.
Not me. You two. I got my own planning to do. You boys got this.
Shit. Guess we have. Come on, Arthur.
And Cowpoke, take it easy. You could do with a vacation, hmm?
All right, let's go.
Let's go, boy. Yep.
ladies. I am ready and waiting.
Out of the way! Easy. Easy, boy. There you go. Yep. Animal! Hey, not so fast!
You have your work
Stop.
cut out
I
for you
ain't
back
playing
there.
Really? Let's take a look. Don't you have somewhere far, far away that you're supposed to be right now?
Okay, take it easy.
That's it. Keep going.
Hola, señor.
Hey, Oma.
Mister?
I'm good, I suppose.
Come on, hold on.
Howdy, mister.
Well, it's been a little while, eh?
You ain't heard
Oh, what do you have?
Wow, muchísimo. Very sorry.
Hold on.
Hello.
Le perdono, eh? What the hell is wrong with you?
Careful, lady. Out of the damn way!
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Careful, big man.
Sorry
Mind
about
yourself.
brain. Helps me think.
Yeah, make me wish to go swimming.
Howdy.
Giddy up!
Move! I'm sorry. Do what I goddamn say. Please.
Don't take another step.
Don't kill me.
Nah, I don't want trouble. I just want you to come with me. Bet you feel real stupid now, huh?
Okay, fella. Howdy, y'all.
Bonjour, monsieur.
How are you, ma'am?
Well, I do hope you learned something from your run-in with the law. I only shot the one.
Thank you for your help. Hey, move it! Sorry about that.
Possessed by evil spirits.
Hey,
You got something to say to me?
it's all a big misunderstanding. Don't get confused about that.
What
Just
is
shut
it?
up, damn it.
Don't!
Hey, think about this.
I said nothing.
Remember to forget all about this, you hear?
Are you well?
Easy there.
Oye, cuidado. Sálvame, Dios.
Hey, you stop right there.
Damn it.
Don't you test me.
Stop it, please.
Don't make this difficult.
Fine. It won't be the first time I kept my mouth shut.
Now, I see your face. So don't make me come looking for you.
Oh?
Well then, how you doing?
No complaints coming from me.
That's nice.
Good morning, sir.
Have a good day, miss.
How are you today?
I ain't good.
Look out!
Faites un peu attention.
Watch yourself now.
Saw a pair of youngins sneaking up under Maybell's room yesterday. Guess there's some loose floorboard.
Damn sure ain't the first time.
Look out, mister.
Blasted fool!
¿Qué cojones haces? I'm itching to hurt you. I'll kill you, I swear it. Esto es lo que buscabas, ¿no?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah? Think it's best if you left. Now get. Last time I'm gonna tell you now.
Sorry, my mistake.
Looky there.
Anyone for the market?
We're open for business, y'all.
Disembark here for the market, folks. You lost your mind?
The word is excuse me.
My mistake. Fellas? Hey, mister. How's your nerve? Buddy?
Good day.
You, mister, excuse me. Madam!
Hello there.
She told me you seen that
Move next time.
You ever played this before, Prince? Hey, what's your pleasure?
I need some food. Can I get a meal?
Oh, hello again, sir. How are things? You look a little, unwell.
Well,
all right. This here is a real man's game.
Sure, you know. Is that a fact?
Have you seen the new dress shop in town? All direct from Paris, I heard.
No.
Would you like me to join you?
What'd you do? You're filthy.
I think I had enough.
Oh, that beard sure looks ready for a trim. So, what do you need? Mighty fine if I do say so.
Gotta go, boy.
Don't the whole world
How was
Excusez-moi.
Terrible. A friendly face. Hello. So, what'll it be?
Morning, sir.
How are you?
Hey, sugar.
Bien le bonjour.
Hello.
Pardon me? Everyone's a liar at this table. That's no lie.
I'm not sure.
Hey there, mister. Hey there, partner.
Everything holding up?
Why you have that gun? Wow, did I mess you?
pal.
You insane?
Hello, sir。有兩個傻仔想搬開條死屍啊嘛，咪扯住對手拖條屍咯。Sir，結果成對手甩咗出嚟。
我都聽講過啦。
Move!
Funny that.
All right.
Hey, come on, watch it.
Sorry, man.
Beg your pardon.
Nice to see you.
Good morning, sir.
I just met this dear, sweet Mexican man, fresh off the boat.
What can I do
Ready
for
to
you?
find fortune here. Poor misguided soul.
That's the way of the world.
My wife is gonna leave me for a dog.
Hello.
Hey, move! So, you found me.
Stay back for your own sake. I walk with the undead.
What, you're a vampire?
I have been called many names over the centuries. Now go, or I'll feed on you too.
You're a goddamn idiot.
I'll suck you dry.
Yep.
You ought to take care of that horse there.
Hello there.
Yeah.
is, old Black Lung Morgan.
Shut up.
Was you followed?
Excuse me?
Was you followed?
You know who you're talking to.
I ain't sure. I ain't sure about much no more. All I know is there's law whenever you're around.
Is that so? Because it seems to me that since you've been riding with us, there ain't been nothing but trouble. Stirring things up all the time, getting in Dutch's ear. Seems wherever you is, there's Pinkertons and vice versa. So you better watch your goddamn mouth, boy! Or...
Take it easy, cowboy. You're gonna do yourself a mischief where you're heading.
Micah, shut it!
He started it! Dutch says we is to go on with plans to create a diversion. We gotta get some explosives to blow up the bridge. Keep the army out of here a few days.
I think it's a real bad idea.
I don't think Dutch cares too much. What you think?
That's clear.
We gotta confuse him one last time. Then he and I will head to Blackwater, collect the money, and help everyone leave. He's got a boat lined up.
Blackwater's a fool's errand. Everyone knows it. Even a greedy moron like you.
It's Dutch's choice, Arthur. You're just a senior gun, same as the rest of us. Only you ain't well.
I'm fine.
Then you'll do Dutch's bidding, which is robbing a stage that's coming from Annisburg full of explosives.
Rob a stage? All we seem to ever do is rob a stage, you and me.
Not me. You two. I got my own planning to do. You boys got this.
Shit. Guess we have. Come on, Arthur.
And Cowpoke, take it easy. You could do with a vacation, hmm?
All right, let's go.
Whoa! Have fun, boys.
Micah says we should jump it as soon as it comes through Van Horn.
So you're taking orders from him now?
I'm taking orders from Dutch, same as always.
A pair of them are becoming unhinged. You hear about Dutch killing Cornwall?
Well, that needed to be done. Hey, hold up a second. Pinkerton Patrol, over there. Okay, I think we're clear. Let's head off. Anyway, you were saying.
Right now? With the Pinkertons breathing down our necks?
See, I'm starting to think that you've gone soft, Morgan. Easy. Okay. Let's hold up here. So, the wagon will be coming from that way, down from Annisburg. And it'll take the two of us to stop it completely, or it'll never get done. So, I was thinking, you go play dead, and I'll take care of him.
No, I'm the better shot, and you're the better actor. No, you play dead, and I'll cover you.
I got that. I got that. Oh, that's them coming now, I think. It'll be quite the show.
Let's see if we can get this back to camp without blowing ourselves up. Nice shooting back there.
Nice drunk playing.
Comes naturally. I could use a drink after that.
Yeah, no. Just never goes easy no more, does it?
It's a distraction. So it ain't meant to make sense.
It should to us. It's our plan.
You know, I've had it with the Mona. Look, there's Micah up ahead.
Great. Whoa!
So, you got it?
We got it. Yes, we got it.
What's wrong, Arthur?
Nothing at all, boss.
John, go drive this over to Bacchus Bridge. Get it hidden near there.
He really does think
Bill,
he's in charge.
You go on ahead. I need to speak with Arthur. Good work, son.
What's going on?
Listen, I know we ain't always seen eye to eye, and you find me irritating and a threat, and I like to annoy you. But right now, I need better from you, Arthur.
Okay, Micah. Whatever you say.
I ain't the bad guy you think I am, Arthur. But I am a survivor. Stick with me and you'll live. Oh, the bridge is probably a two-man job. You should probably go help Marston.
Why don't you?
Like I said, Dutch and I got planning to do for the train. There's a big picture here, Arthur. Trust me.
Okay. Keep your hair up. All seems quiet, Charles. Hill.
Another day, Arthur.
Miserable around here, ain't it?
Rest your bones.
How you doing there?
What has happened to you lot? At each other's throats?
It's been a rough couple of months.
How far we've fallen.
Not exactly a welcome home party.
Well, you warned me.
I'll fill you in some more later. Well, I suppose I should be getting on.
Be strong.
Dear sir, you were once very kind to Bo and my...
Mrs. Adler?
You okay?
Peachy?
You sure?
No, I ain't sure.
You still working?
Is anybody still working? The whole goddamn place full of people bickering, fighting, and lying. It makes me real sad.
I know. I need someone to ride with me.
Do what?
Finish off them O'Driscolls. I hear the last of them is holed up at Hanging Dog Ranch.
I don't have it in me no more. I saw Colm swing. I just don't care.
I was a married woman. You know what they did to me. And to my husband? Like, you're the only one of these fools that I trust. I've got to do this.
I'll tell you what. I'll do it. But there's something you could help me with. Abigail? Jack? John? Make sure they make it. I mean, this whole thing is pretty much done. But when the time comes...
How do you mean?
When the time comes, you help them.
What do you mean?
I mean it. Help them escape. When I... You know, you and me... We're more ghosts than people. But them... They could...
I know. Of course I will. Thank you, Arthur. You want to ride with me now, or meet me up at Hanging Dog Ranch when you can? Thanks, Arthur. Okay, come on.
Fine morning for a killing.
Hey.
You seen anything down there?
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of them down there. I'm mostly drunk. But one of them is a fat fella with a beard. Him? He's mine.
Okay.
It's a big ranch. Run down. Lots of folk there. But spread pretty thin. I'll set it off and then we'll take it from there.
Take it from there? Okay. So, no real plan then?
Oh, I got a plan. Now come on.
Is that a woman? Jesus! Who the hell is that lady? That's the Hellcat saw Combs swing.
Okay.
Yeah. He was a good man, my Jakey. We was always sweet on one another.
I'm sure.
Yeah. I miss him every day, every moment. They turned me into a monster, Arthur. But my memories of him, they still pure.
I ain't even got that.
Aside from my Jake, you're the best man I've known.
I know the company you keep. The competition ain't too fierce. We should get away from her.
think I need to be alone for a bit.
I understand. You, might want to get yourself cleaned up.
Thank you, Arthur.
Alright, I am dead tired, so I'm gonna go ahead and have me a little bit of sleepy time. So, yeah, that's it.